Nein, die ersten sind jetzt gleich online, die Belgierin, die Cupere und aber die sind alle da jetzt, ja.
Recording in progress. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We should make a start out of courtesy for our online visitors and to make sure that we keep to time. I just want to say a couple of words at the beginning. First of all, thank you again to the Natural History Museum for a lovely evening last night with prehistoric music and drink and fine conversation and fine nibbles as well. So that was lovely. The second announcement is if you have any presentations for session 3 and you have not passed them over to the IT people to load up, please can you do so this morning so that we're ready to go after the coffee break, because session 3 starts after the coffee break. We've got a short session 2 and then a long session 3. So please do pass those over as quickly as possible. My only other purpose for being here this morning is to introduce our session chair and moderator for session 2. Mathias Harzhauser is the head of geology and animals. Did I get that right? Paleontology, sorry, in the Natural History Museum, and so is the perfect person to lead us through a session on archaeology and biodiversity, understanding species, introductions, distributions and extinctions over time. Mathias, thank you.
Thank you very much for this nice words. Good morning to all of you. I'm very, very happy and proud that I'm the chair of this second session. You may ask a geologist what I'm doing here. In fact, I'm responsible for the largest paleontological excavation in Austria, which is pretty close to Vienna. And some of you, most of you, hopefully tomorrow, will go there to Fossilienwelt. And there we face the same problems as you face with excavation sites. And we have introduction of organisms there reacting with our objects in a manner which we are not always very happy with. So anyway, now let's start our session, and I'm happy to open the session with our first contribution by Cupere and her co-author Wim van Neer from the Royal Belgian Institute of National Science. And they will talk about faunal remains from archaeological sites in Brussels and how they reflect anthropogenic changes during the last 2 millennia. Just the last 2 millennia. So for me as geologist, it's very short. Anyway, I'm looking forward to hear a very interesting talk. So now your stage is yours. Can you share the screen, or do I have to open a presentation? Perfect.
So good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for this online presentation, but I couldn't be present in person. The aim of this presentation is to illustrate how faunal remains from archaeological sites can inform us about the natural environment in the past, and how this information can help us to illustrate what the impact of people has been through time. I'm currently studying faunal materials from archaeological sites in Brussels, and I will just use for this presentation some examples from Brussels sites on which me and my colleagues have been working in the past. We will show what kind of changes took place and how these can be explained by either human activities or by climatic change. And then we will make some suggestions on how this message of human impact on the environment can be brought to the general public and to stakeholders that are involved in nature restoration programs. But let me first explain shortly archaeozoology. Archaeozoology is a study of faunal remains from archaeological sites that can be found when the preservation is good and when good recovery techniques are used. This is very important in order to not bias the species compositions. So small bones, for example, from fish, they get lost when no sieving is practiced. And these pictures clearly illustrate this. So on the left, you see hand-collected material from a site in the center of Brussels, with on the right side material from the same site, but from sediment samples. If no sieving is carried out, this smaller material is lost. And in general, the faunal remains studied mainly exist from bones and teeth, but they can equally include other materials such as shells, fish scales, antler, horn, and so on. The information that archaeozoology provides is of two kinds. There is first the paleoeconomic information, and second the paleoecological information. The emphasis of archaeozoological research usually lies on the reconstruction of diet and subsistence strategies. This means that we try to gather information on how the way people organized their food provisioning in the past. What was the role of hunting? What was the role of fishing? Did they harvest shell? And in later stages, what was the importance of the keeping of domestic animals such as cattle, sheep, goat, and pigs? And further, the faunal remains found on archaeological sites, they often yield evidence for artisanal activities such as the working of bone, antler, or horn. And these are raw materials that in the past were used for making tools. Leatherworking can sometimes also be documented. And besides of all this information, animal remains found on an archaeological site, they can be used for the reconstruction of the former environment. The reconstruction of the environment is done on the basis of the ecological requirements of the animal species encountered. And in fact, this method is indirect. We can say, for instance, that in a given period, the environment was more wooded because we find a lot of forest animals such as deer and wild boar. And ideally, this information from the faunal remains is used in combination with other disciplines, such as pollen analysis, the study of macrobotanical remains, or the analysis of chartwood. Such interdisciplinary research allowed to make a reconstruction of the Roman landscape of Brussels, and which you can see on the right side of the screen. And these archaeobotanical disciplines, they inform the archaeologist in a more direct way about the plant cover and how that vegetation may have changed through time. And although they can provide precise data, this does not mean that faunal remains are useless, of course. On the contrary, the mere presence of a particular animal species at a given moment in time is important on its own, and it can serve scientists involved in present-day ecology and nature protection to get an insight in long-term changes in the animal world. So most of the modern landscapes, they are disturbed as they have undergone changes as a result of human influences. And this has had an influence not only on the plant cover, but also on the presence of certain animal species. And and written historical documents, and these written sources, they can go back to late medieval times. However, they sometimes lack precision on the exact species that are mentioned in the text. For instance, whitefish refers to cyprinids, which is a carp family that consists of numerous species, and no distinction is made between the various species in these historical documents. The proxy data provided by archaeozoology, they also document the species occurrences through time, and they can go even farther in the past. So they also bring information about periods for which no written records exist. Of course, archaeozoology also has some shortcomings. For instance, not all species leave archaeological traces and can remain invisible because their remains rarely preserved. An example is the lamprey. It's a jawless vertebrate, which looks very much as a fish. And lampreys have become very rare nowadays, but written records show that they were very common and much wanted for consumption in the past. And we can, however, not document their decline, as the sole remains that can preserve in the archaeological record are these horny teeth in the mouth. But these are very fragile and they have little chance of being preserved. Several aspects of the human impact on the natural environment can be documented through archaeozoological research. And I will talk here about the deforestation, human disturbance and overhunting, overfishing, pollution, and the introduction of new species. And for each of these aspects, we will give examples from the Brussels region or from Belgium more general. A very typical pattern seen in the Brussels region, but of course also elsewhere in Belgium and Europe, is the disappearance of larger wild animals. For example, wolf remains, they are quite rare. We have wolves in Brussels until the second half of the 13th, first half of the 14th century, whereas the youngest record elsewhere in Flanders dates around 1800 AD and is from Ghent. Similarly, for the brown bear, we have two records of brown bear in Brussels, of which the youngest find is from the 16th century, but most probably this is a bone that was brought to the town within a skin. The other find is this long bone in the right side of the slide. It's from a young individual with chop mark, indicated with a red arrow, and it's dated to the 10th century AD. And the medieval finds in Belgium, they are rare. They are all related to fortresses or castles. The right to hunt the brown bear belonged to the nobility. By the end of the 12th century, bears had most likely disappeared completely from the landscape due to hunting pressure and the shrinking of their habitat. And then there are several species that did not go extinct, but of which the numbers decreased significantly through time. For example, the red deer. The occurrence of red deer in Flanders had declined sharply during the late medieval period, and their remains are rarely reported in late medieval context in Brussels. So this is a result of overhunting combined with deforestation and human disturbance in general. People also had a serious impact on the aquatic environment, and this is illustrated in the archaeological record by several trends. First of all, as a result of overfishing, fish can become smaller, and this is clear when reconstructed sizes of fish from archaeological contexts are compared to those from modern populations. Nowadays, the very large specimens, they have become extremely rare. So large fishes were more frequently reported in the past. Fishing pressure also has an effect on the growth rate of the fish. And further, some species might gradually disappear and even become totally extinct. In particular, migrating fishes are very vulnerable. So every year they go up into the river to spawn, during which they form large aggregations. And this is the moment that they can easily be catched in large quantities. And typical examples of species that suffered from overexploitation are sturgeon and salmon. It should be remembered that not only overfishing is harmful to the populations, but also man-made modifications to the river systems. As a result of the installation of water mills and by damming of rivers, the migration of fish can be hampered and make it difficult for them to reach the spawning areas. In some cases, fish populations can also suffer from a combination of human impact and climatic change. And we think that there is such an example in Belgium with the European catfish, Silurus glanis. This fish is a special case in the sense that fishery biologists in Belgium believe that the catfish that lives in our rivers today is an introduction from the 19th century. So it is true that such catfish were brought in from Central Europe and that they escaped 2 centuries ago. But in fact, the catfish already lived in Belgian waters before, up to the late medieval period. So the Brussels region lies within the Scheldt basin, and the latest occurrence of catfish here is dated in the 12th century AD, possibly up to the beginning of the 14th century. In the Meuse basin, more to the south, the latest occurrence of catfish is dated in the 15th century, and this is known from archaeological finds. The catfish is a slow-growing species that therefore is very sensitive to anthropogenic and climatic influences. In addition, the rivers of the Scheldt and Meuse basin, they are in the marginal area of its geographic distribution, where the population densities were always very low. Further to the fishing pressure, the species had difficulties to survive because of damming and sluices that hampered access to spawning grounds. And we think that also the Little Ice Age played a role. So the lower summer temperatures during the Little Ice Age made reproduction more difficult for the catfish. And all this together may have led to the total disappearing of catfish in the Belgian rivers. Next to overfishing, there is pollution. Nowadays, pollution of fresh water results in fish mortality and extinction, and in the development of undesirable and low-quality fish stocks. And a possible way of documenting the ancient pollution from archaeological material may be shifts in the proportion of sensitive species versus tolerant species. The increase through time in certain cyprinids such as roach and green, they may be indicative for eutrophication. So this is the enrichment of waters with minerals and nutrients due to polluting inputs such as sewage, wastewaters, fertilizers, and so on. Another possible good indication for poor water quality may be the proportion of eel. This is a species that is very resistant to both organic and inorganic pollution. Past studies they have found that the nitrogen stable isotope ratios in freshwater fish can act as important bioindicators, and as such the isotopes reflect the ecological water conditions and the input of contaminants, and can therefore also be used to document the historic pollution in archaeological fish bone. Thus far, this kind of research has only been carried out in Switzerland for a number of sites along the Rhine River. So within this study, colleagues analyzed archaeological and modern samples of marble from several locations along the Rhine. The nitrogen stable isotope ratios, they show an increase through time from the archaeological samples to the modern samples. You see this increase in isotope ratios, indicating the eutrophication of the water. But let us now move to the introduction of animal species. So through time, many species have been introduced in a certain region, and in many cases, people are unaware that these introduced animals are not part of the original fauna. They are, of course, the typical domestic species, cattle, sheep, goat, that have remained in the artificial environment created by man. But some of them have escaped, and they formed feral or even wild populations. And the rabbit is the best example of an old introduction that gave way to wild populations. During the 13th century, the rabbit was introduced from Southern Europe, and the animal was originally kept in kind of open enclosures from which it escaped and settled in our region. The rabbits, they were hunted in these enclosures. This hunting was reserved for the nobility. They were hunted with ferrets and nuts. And while the ordinary people were only allowed to catch rabbits from the beginning of the 15th century. The breeding of rabbits in pens, closed pens, that dates back to the post-medieval period. Rabbit bones they have found on several occasions in Brussels from the late medieval period onwards. Also among the fish, there are many rather recent introductions, such as the pike perch or the American catfish, which were brought into our waters around the mid-19th century. A much older introduction is, however, the carp. And carp was first kept in fish ponds in Flanders, but soon escaped and formed populations in the rivers. And from what we know from archaeological finds, this happened in the 13th century. Again, remains of carp are found regularly in late and post-medieval Brussels. Nowadays, most people do not realize anymore, but carp was introduced to our region, and yet it is seen as forming part of the natural fish fauna. And then we come to the point, how do we bring these messages to the general public? The first way is presenting the result of our research in exhibitions and websites. Although the results often focus on subsistence, we should also ensure that paleoecological aspects are shown to the public and that at these occasions the human impact on nature is also dealt with. The Brussels archaeological research is presented to the public on regular basis through temporary exhibitions, in which the archaeological results are then also addressed. And the landscape reconstruction during the Roman period that I mentioned before has also been one of the topics of such an exhibition. Also, we should do self-advertisement in the various media. This can be done at special occasions, for example, when there are captures of rare species. One example that recently comes regularly into the news is the return of the wolf, or when there is mass mortality of fish due to pollution. Self-advertisement can either happen on Facebook, Twitter, or through interviews on radio and television. Next to informing the general public, possibilities for future valorization of archaeological data lie in the joint application for funding and execution of research programs by mixed teams. Scientists and stakeholders have to be informed and made aware of the application of the archaeological data. This collaboration can result in scientific publication in which modern historical and archaeological data are combined, or joint projects can be set up in which the ecologist is convinced of the potential of the archaeological data. An example is the Oceans Past Initiative. It's a global research network for marine historical research, and the goal of this network is to enhance knowledge and understanding of how the diversity, distribution, and abundance of marine life in the world's ocean has changed over the long term. And this is to better indicate future changes and possibilities. I want to end my presentation now with some interesting projects and results that have been achieved previously. These underline the potential of combining archaeological and modern biological or ecological information. So, as already mentioned, the archaeological record allows to document which species were introduced and which ones were not. A typical example of a fish that is believed by fishery biologists to be autochthonous in Western Europe is the bitterling. This is a small-sized cyprinid, but in fact this fish is even on the list of the protected species. However, it has been introduced by accident from Central Europe in late medieval times, together with the carp, and the earliest archaeological find of this fish dates to the 15th century in the Scheldt Basin. Still another example is the sturgeon. Traditionally, it was believed that everywhere in northwestern Europe, the occurring species is a common sturgeon, Accipenser sturio. But archaeological and ancient DNA work carried out at our lab has shown that not the traditional Accipenser sturio dominated in the North Sea, but in fact it was rare there, and the most abundant species appears to have been the Atlantic sturgeon, or Accipenser oxyrhynchus. This sturgeon indicated in white in the circles on the map, and it shows its abundance. So in the case of Brussels, all sturgeon finds also belong to Accipenser oxyrhynchus, and the preponderance of oxyrhynchus and not sturio is a result that should be taken into account when reintroduction programs of sturgeons are planned. So one should reintroduce the correct species. It is possible to efficiently collaborate, as shown by a few examples that I will give here. They are not specifically for Brussels, but they show the idea. There is this paper resulting from a collaboration between fishery biologists and archaeozoologists that show the diachromic changes in the fish fauna from the Danube. Fish remains and written historical records are used for reconstructing long-term changes of fish communities in this river. The species found and the frequency of bones, they clearly indicate the relation between the fish community and human interaction, and also the impact on the Danube's environment. Then there is this already mentioned isotopic study of archaeological and modern fish from Switzerland that show the increase of organic pollution through time. And then there is this paper on the growth rates in fish. Traditionally, overfishing is seen as a phenomenon that started in the 1850s with the industrialization of the fisheries and causing a substantial reduction in the population size of exploited fish stocks. The growth rate of fish is generally considered to be density dependent and can be detected in otoliths. It's a tiny bone in the inner ear of fish. Otoliths retrieved from archaeological excavations, they offer as such a unique opportunity to study growth rates in the past, and within this study here, they have been compared with modern material. So the results, they show that the size at age estimated for the archaeological material, that they are strikingly close to those recorded for the modern material, which means that there was already a change in growth rate about 500 years ago. That's much earlier than thought. The examples of collaboration between archaeozoologists and other fields of science do exist, but we think that the message should be that we can maybe do better and that we can maybe put even greater effort in valorizing the potential of archaeological data. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this stimulating talk. I think it's pretty surprising for many people that archaeology is able to bring up data for ecologists of such importance. So especially for me as geologist, I'm not so aware of these studies, and I'm impressed. I'm sure there are questions, and I open the discussion. Please, just wait a second for the micro.
Thank you, Bea. So much interesting information you just gave us. I had no idea. But this information, does this has any influence on policy making, on nature preservance or whatsoever? Does this information find its way to Yes.
Well, it should find its way. For example, in the case of the sturgeon that I said before, so they are starting these reintroduction programs of sturgeon into Europe, and so at that time, so at these moments, they should be aware of what kind of species should we introduce. Do we introduce the correct species or not? So it should find its way to the policymakers. Yes.
Well, you might be surprised that 30 years ago I was responsible for the sturgeon in the Netherlands, at least legal status. And now I just found out I've been doing the wrong thing. So.
True. But it was based on ancient DNA studies and also morphological studies. So it was done in our lab, and so they analyzed archaeological finds, and it turned out that most of the finds in Belgium, also in the Netherlands, that they are from the Oxyrhynchus and not from the Sturio species.
So, more questions? I think your contribution opens a very important aspect, because the biologists are pretty sure that we have to get rid of introduced species, usually in an ecosystem. But the question is, how long back in the past? Yeah. Should we shoot all the rabbits? Have we to get rid of the bitterling? In fact, we should get rid of the horses in Eurasia, because they are Americans which arrived here some 10,000 years ago. So that's really an important question. And I think politicians are a good audience to discuss these things, to get deeper thoughts on that. As there are no questions additional, I would say we go on, because we are good in time. Thanks again. And I now pass over to Hanna Hristova and Kalina Petkova from the National Archaeological Institute of the Bulgarian Academy of Science, and they have a cool title, What's Down the Hole? So I'm pretty interested in what's down the hole. It's about archaeobotanical evidence on vegetation during the Hellenistic period in Northeastern Bulgaria. So please, the stage is yours. Just have to open your...
Perfect. Yeah. Dear colleagues and guests, our presentation aims at publicizing the results of interdisciplinary analysis of structures found in 2020 within the territory of ancient Thrace. The territory of ancient Thrace was located beyond the northern periphery of the Greek world and occupied an extensive area of southeastern Europe. Despite regional variations manifested in the archaeological records, it was generally culturally unified by shared material culture during the late 2nd and 1st millennia BC, before it was gradually conquered by the Romans between the 3rd decade of the 1st century BC and the beginning of the 2nd century AD. The site which we will discuss is located on the northern slope of the slant ridge in Popasnik locality near Voditsa village, Trgovishte municipality. The ridge is surrounded by Kayajik River from the north and west and the deep gully from the south. It spreads out on the area of approximately 7,000 square kilometers. The 26 meters difference of altitude follows an east-west direction. Prior to the beginning of archaeological excavations, trees, low bushes, and grass vegetation naturally afforested the terrain. The site was located to the northeastern of Kars Spring. More than 116 archaeological structures, dwellings, and pits were discovered. The site is multi-layered and yielded structures dated to the transitional period between Chalcolithic and Early Bronze Age, the transitional period between Late Bronze and Early Iron Age, dated to the 13th century BC. Furthermore, pits and dwellings for the late Hellenistic and Roman period were researched. The structures dated to the Hellenistic period are mostly pits, but 2 dwellings were discovered as well. The pit openings are either circular or oval in form, dug in the stereo layer. In the most cases, their filling was not homogeneous. Layers of dark soil with organic inclusions and archaeological remains alternated with stripes of sterile soil falling from the pit walls. Animal skeletons were found in anatomical order in the 3 pits. In addition, the unearthing of human remains laid down in some pits is extremely interesting. The interpretation of the discovered structures and the site as whole is disputable. Pits represent an integral part of all studied settlements dated to the period between 2nd century BC, 1st century AD, in the territory of northeastern Thrace. On one side, these were mainly interpreted as household pits for storing inventory and food supplies, and only a small part of them seems to have functioned as scout pits. The content of the registered pits provides an indication for the functions of the complex of Voditsa. The content of the registered pits, according to the identified diagnostic criteria for the identification and classification of the pits, namely the presence of human remains, whole and miniature vessels, remains of fire, the intentional order and continuity of the pillar of the pits, we can undoubtedly say that some of pits of Voditsa were related to the cult practices. now. We can hear you.
Sorry for that. Good morning. My name is Hanna Hristova, and before I continue with the presentation, I would like to thank the organizers of the symposium for the opportunity to present the results of our work online. I will bring to your attention the results from the archaeobotanical analysis of charred plant macro remains from Voditsa, because they're really important. Both archaeobotanical data and paleoecological information about this region is limited in comparison with other parts of the country. As Kalina said, the structures from the Hellenistic period are most numerous. The short time frame of the archaeological rescue excavations that we had to fit into predetermined the field sampling strategy that the excavator actually chose. It involved judgmental sampling within representative features, taking into account, of course, the main objectives of the archaeological survey. The structures fall into two groups, as you can see from the slide. We divided them into ritual pits and storage pits, or the so-called granaries. The ritual pit deposits consist mainly of whole or fragmented ceramic vessels, stones, dog pieces, and charred organic material. As Kalina said previously, these include animal bones, human skeletal remains, and charred plant remains. The samples were collected from inside the whole vessels and from areas or ashy spots dense in charred plant macro remains. We also applied the so-called pitch or scatter subsampling from multiple depths or levels. That's why we have, you'll see, we have more diversity in taxa but less variability in density in some of the structures. A total of 21 soil samples have been collected. The volume of each sample has been measured prior to flotation. As you can see, we applied basic archaeobotanical methods, and a total of 510 liters have been processed using a bucket flotation with a sieve with 1 millimeter mesh in size. As a result, we have a representative number of charred archaeobotanical remains that has been recovered and analyzed, exceeding 1,500 in number. The archaeobotanical assemblages consist of 14 different taxa, 6 types of cereal crops, 4 deciduous wood species, and 4 weedy plant species with predominant presence of charred wood remains. The ubiquity of each plant taxon has been calculated per context as a percentage proportion of the total number of remains found in each sample. Each fraction underwent preliminary visual examination with illuminated magnifying glass, and the identification of taxa was carried out using the stereo microscope. For the anthropological analysis, each fragment was broken manually. The anatomical characteristics of the wood were observed in transverse, tangential, and radial planes. As I said, these are quite common and basic archaeobotanical methods. Pit number 11 deserves our special attention because it is very interesting with its features. In depth, its walls are stepped, and at the bottom a rectangular structure was discovered with remains of a wooden construction preserved in its periphery, as you can see from the photo on your left. A total of 2 samples were collected only from this layer with burnt organic matter at the bottom of the structure, as it was the only uncompromised in the whole pit view. The excavator suggests that the structure stood open for a long period of time. It was filled periodically and finally was closed with layer of stones, as you can see from the first picture above on your right. The analysis shows that the archaeobotanical assemblage consists of 5 types of cereal crops, including einkorn, bread wheat, club wheat, barley, oat, rye, millet, as well as some secondary products of the threshing process. As you can see, fine chaff and wheat stems with well-preserved internodes. Well, not very well preserved, but preserved internodes. The weedy flora is represented by annual ruderal and synanthropic species such as goosefoot, cleavers, snodgrass, and wild mustard, or the so-called charlotte mustard. The cereal remains are well preserved, although seed coats and tests are disturbed in places due to the exposure to probably high temperatures of burning or due to some post-depositional processes. The anthropological analysis of the wood remains found at the bottom of the pit showed that the construction was made of oak and beech, and probably the wood was cut into planks, which suggests that the structure functioned as granary. Probably different types of cereal crops were stored and it was not cleaned thoroughly. What we find are the remains of the grain stocks, and that were stored right before it stopped functioning. The presence of chaff suggests that the granary could be used for storing fodder as well. The next structure is interpreted by the excavators as a ritual pit. This is structure number 50. It has steps shaped with walls narrowing in depth. 2 archaeobotanical soil samples were collected from inside cup-type dachica, which you can see from the photo on the right, and from the area around the cup, which contains visible macro remains, plant remains. As a result, a total of 379 plant remains from 8 species were recovered. The remains of both host and filtration types of wheat represent only a small proportion of the archaeobotanical assemblage. Wood remains and seeds of cleavers, the so-called or Galliumoparinae, have predominant presence. It is interesting to note that these cups are usually connected with ritual burning of different grasses and herbaceous plants. We may suggest that the case here is similar, but cleavers often enter arable fields as wheat and could be collected together during harvest. The seeds of cleavers are light and could be also easily scattered by the wind and deposited accidentally in different areas. However, the number of the seeds found in the samples suggests that it represents intentional deposition and probably even ritual activity. Structure 51 is also a ritual pit, oval in shape. The archaeobotanical remains from structure 51 were recovered from a total of 2 samples. One was collected from inside this Rhodian amphora that you can see on the slide, and consisted of a few breadwheat grains poorly preserved and of numerous wood fragments of oak and European hornbeam. The other sample was collected from an area with concentration of burnt organic remains around fragmented cup-type dachica. The analysis of the sample shows that the assemblage consists of barley, breadwheat, clubwheat, and einkorn. The charcoal assemblage was composed of shapeless pieces of wood, mainly fragments of oak, but also branches and twigs varying in size between 2 millimeters and 2 centimeters in length, and between 3 millimeters and 2 centimeters in diameter. We continue with structure number 55, This is another ritual pit with oval shape, and the deposit of the pit consists of whole fragmented ceramic vessels, stones, dog pieces, and charred wood remains, probably remains of firewood. Anatomical disturbances in the anatomy of the wood occur only in 43% of the analyzed fragments and were minimal, so we could identify them as remains of oak. Next, this is structure number 99. This is a pit with a round shape and a large diameter. The deposit of the pit consists of whole fragmented ceramic vessels, a ceramic strainer, and 2 ceramic jugs that you can see on the photos above. The archaeobotanical assemblage consists of oak and beech fragments with predominant presence of oak. No anatomical disturbances were observed in the anatomy of the wood. Now, in order to interpret the archaeobotanical data, we need to understand how the assemblages were created. If habitats can be identified in the natural environment, certain areas with concentrations of archaeobotanical materials can be identified within the archaeological sites. We can therefore interpret the archaeological context, as you may guess, as a secondary environment. The collection of samples from specific contexts provided an opportunity to observe this environment and to identify possible depositional and post-depositional processes. The archaeobotanical assemblage from Voditsa is represented by plant remains that occur probably in their original or primary contexts. These are stocks of cultivated crops with their impurities, contents of ceramic vessels. These assemblages could be defined as anthropogenic in their nature, as we suggest that all plants were initially brought, as all of them were derived from deposits that represent certain human activities. As an example, all samples from the ritual pits that I showed you contain mainly remains of firewood and plants with probably a certain symbolic meaning or role, crops and weeds that occur in the arable fields, probably connected to some kind of a fertility ritual that involves burning. The state of preservation of the analyzed plant remains varied from sample to sample, but also from one type of plant remains to another. However, no considerable differences in the degree of carbonization were encountered, so it is possible that in most cases we are dealing with a single act of deposition or burning. This is just a suggestion, of course. The granary contained an almost pure assemblage of well-preserved charred cereals and chaff. However, if we take into account the depth of the pit and the volume of the soil samples, we'll see that the concentration of the archaeobotanical material is low. In one very interesting investigation on Iron Age pits in Bulgaria, Hristova and Kalina was suggest that if the pit was used for storage, it is not absolutely necessary to find cereal grains, because usually the stored cereals inside were used or were put out of the pit, and if there was no case of fire, the remaining grains actually decayed. There is no indication that the soil acidity affected the state of preservation of any of the archaeological artifacts or the archaeobotanical material. As many scholars state, macrobotanical assemblages are significantly shaped by the local environment by the time they were deposited to the moment that they were found. Climate, water resources, and relief are essential for soil fertility and the development of the vegetation cover, and even the economic potential of a given area. The region of Voditsa is fertile with great natural conditions, even nowadays, and these conditions probably affected the agricultural potential even during the Hellenistic times. However, the cropland spectrum from Voditsa shows some similarities to other investigated sites on the territory of Bulgaria and neighboring countries like Greece and Romania. What we know from the available archaeobotanical data is that hot weeds and barley were the main crops, and they keep their importance throughout the whole Iron Age. Threshing wheat, on the other hand, and millet during the also occurring samples from the Iron Age, especially during the Hellenistic times. As you can see, this phenomenon is confirmed by the results from Voditsa. As I said in the beginning, the results from Voditsa are very important because the archaeobotanical and paleoecological data for this region is limited in comparison, for example, with the southeastern part of Bulgaria. What we know about the Iron Age, and in particular for the Hellenistic period, is that the climate conditions were favorable and probably affected positively the agricultural production. 7 of the analyzed samples that I showed you consist mainly of charcoal, fragments from oak, beech, hazel, and European hornbeam, which provide information on the trees' distribution and exploitation in the regions during the period between the second half of the 3rd and the beginning of the 1st century BC. We may suggest that there were areas in the vicinity of the site that were occupied by mixed deciduous forests, also arable fields, open lands with rural vegetation as well. The available paleoecological data is from the northeastern part of the Thracian plain, and it's for the late Bronze Age. And it shows the same, not exactly, but similar data, that this part, which is neighboring to this region, was occupied by mixed deciduous forests and single pine woods, so pine trees. So probably the same is valid for this region. Nowadays, the condition and the composition of the vegetation cover is actually still the same. There are arable fields, there are deciduous forests nearby the site. So we can say that the vegetation is still the same, although there is the human impact is clearly pronounced nowadays. As a conclusion, we must say that the studied features are really complex, but it is always worth seeking what's down the hole. Just like the metaphor for the rabbit hole, it makes us more curious, in this case, about ancient people's life and environment. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk and these many details. Thank you for keeping the time. And now I open the discussion. Please.
Thanks, Jenny. I think we've seen the value of the archaeobotanical analysis clearly in what it shows of past environment and past cultures. But my question from a policy point of view is it standard on all excavations to do this level of analysis? The same question could apply to Brussels too. Or do you just get lucky on some excavations where researchers are interested in it? What's the level of consistency in the level of specialist analysis that is carried out on the excavated material? I asked this question
thank you.
Of either of the speakers here.
Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, the state of archaeobotanical research on the territory of Bulgaria is not at the level that we actually want it to be. The past few years of rescue archaeological excavations actually allowed us to carry out numerous archaeobotanical analyses. So there is data that should be analyzed, and we are working on it. But yeah, it depends on the researcher's will. I hope this changes in time.
I think it's fair to say that applies everywhere.
Yes, unfortunately. But I think that interdisciplinary analysis should be an inseparable part of the archaeological survey because they give us invaluable information.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to stress that point because in Brussels we have now a procedure that we have systematically on every site a geoarchaeologist that accompanies the archaeologist in every archaeological excavation. And he is doing for every site a sampling strategy. And then we do integrated analysis, archaeozoology, archaeobotany for every site. But that means a lot of money. So you have to prepare your budget for that. That is mandatory.
And I suppose the question then arises for the developer-funded stuff, are the developers really willing to go to that cost? Because for all the work of EAC and the work of Barney's groups, this is what we're focusing on, but how important is that information and that cost to the developer? It's an interesting area. Thanks, Jim.
Next question.
Thank you, Jenny. Just to clear up the question of Michael, nowadays, or maybe during the last 10 years, the problem for Bulgaria is not the money. We have the money, but there is a clear shortage of specialists. This is the problem. There is the money, and every archaeological site project has its budget for interdisciplinary research, but there is a shortage of specialists. And they simply are overloaded with a lot of job. So this is the main problem. And yeah.
More questions? So may I ask you, what about palynology? Does this make sense, or is it oxidized, the sporopollenin?
No, we didn't do palynological research in the vicinity of the site. I just mentioned that there is paleoecological data for neighboring regions that are near the site of Voditsa that give us a glimpse for the vegetation during the Hellenistic period in the region.
I'm a big fan of palynology because it gives a big picture. But of course, somebody has to do it, and somebody has to pay. Okay, if there are please.
And yes, I agree. But it's not all about the money. It's about the people that have to do the work in the best way. And there is a lack of specialists, so probably this is one of the main problems too.
I would have a palynologist at hand. Okay, thank you very much. I think we can go on with our next talk. Leo Klinke. Leo Klinke from Landschaftsverbund Rheinland for Archaeological Heritage in the Rhineland in Germany. He will talk about cultural landscape change from the late Neolithic to the late Middle Ages in Northern Westphalia. Schaltet ihr da Weil ich habe da die Maus funktioniert nicht, ich kann nicht umschalten. Okay, das ist dann hier irgendwo.
Yeah, thanks. This paper deals with cultural landscape change from the late Neolithic to late Middle Ages in a specific case study. Maybe this presenter works. Yeah, fine. This study area is located in Northern Westphalia near the city of Osnabrück on the border of the federal states of North Rhine-Westphalia and Lower Saxony in the western part of Germany. The area covers 625 hectares and is located at the northern foothills of the Teutoburg forest and on the transition to the North German plain. There are no rivers or streams inside this study area, although there are wet lowlands in the northeastern here and in the southern part of this study area. The land values are very low and therefore not very suitable for arable farming. Values of 0 describe areas of former sand mining pits, and this describes that this cultural landscape is massively destroyed or imprinted by recent times. For this case study, already analyzed off-site poll data were available. However, it was problematic that calibrated and uncalibrated data were used together in this study, and therefore it was hard to use it and to synchronize it with archaeological data and archaeological cultures. Regardless of this faulty data, however, the paleontological analysis was in the so-called pollen floristic zonations were correctly analyzed. So we see these Roman letters. And as part of this case study I present today, the cultural landscape change, the archaeobotanical data could be calibrated anew, and this time uniformly according to the recent international calibration curve INCAL 20. As the revised old graphic you see on this slide shows, the pole floristic zonations are still in correct relation to each other, but would now have to be particularly shifted up and down in the time axis according to the temporal new corrected data. The following pollen diagrams demonstrate the landscape change on the basis of the changing vegetation, in addition to the variance between the tree pollen and the non-tree pollen, which generally confirms massive deforestation in the course of the recent history. The proportional amount of tree pollen describes the change of vegetation that characterizes the landscape most. For the transition between Atlantic pollen floristic zonation 8 and the subboreal pollen floristic zonation 9, the elm decline is characteristic for the northern part of Germany and the northern part of Europe as well. Based on the new calibration, this can now be dated in Westphalia to the period between 3700 and 3500 Cal BC. In archaeologically speaking words, this transition between the Swifterband and the Funnelbaker culture in the northern part of Westphalia and the Michelsberg and Wartberg culture in the southern part of Westphalia. Furthermore, it's striking that the beech is regularly present from the Iron Age onwards, and the birch became more prominent from the medieval times onwards. Agricultural and settlement indicators can be found permanently from the end Neolithic onwards, which is why it can be assumed that there was an increased livestock farming in the late Neolithic, so a little bit earlier, comparable to the Funnelbaker culture in this study area. Meadow and trampling indicators, in combination with the expansion of browsing-resistant plants, led to the emergence of the first heathlands. For example, see Plantago lanceolata for trampling indicators and Rhamnus frangula for browsing-resistant plants. Here. Hypothetically, different vegetation sites can be defined on the basis of soil type, soil texture, and hydrological conditions, where different plants have grown at different times. Based on the natural conditions in combination with the vegetation change detected in the polydiagrams, a concrete historical cultural landscape dynamic can thus be reconstructed, although, of course, this is only hypothetically in character. Traces of the cultural landscape development can also be documented archaeologically since in the late Neolithic, large erratic boulders displaced with the ice ages were cleared from the landscape and gathered to make the land arable. At the same time, these erratic boulders were understood as a resource for, and building material from which megalithic graves were constructed. On the top left image, you see the today's appearance of a megalithic tomb, like a collection of stones, and on the bottom right image, you see a virtually reconstructed tomb based on virtual archaeological records and evidences. Around these megalithic graves, individual settlement areas could be identified on the basis of visibility analysis. These settlement areas were separated from each other to a certain degree, independent maybe. However, typical regional pottery decorations prove the exchange between the individual settlements. Least cost pass studies suggest that late Neolithic pass systems were only small scale and regional, the purple one. Nevertheless, successive material and mental exchanges took place, as well as a targeted and untargeted dispersal of various plant species. The fusion of archaeological, archaeobotanical, and palynological data now shows that the megalithic graves were placed within the settlement areas in zones of first heathlands, hence on landscape areas with poor vegetation. However, this had only been opened up due to human use in the course of increasing livestock farming. indirectly and unintentionally. Therefore, people first transformed the landscape before they then responded architecturally to these landscape changes by building megalithic graves. It could be demonstrated that this megalithic grave, here the große Slopstene, was exposed visually through the skyline effect seen from the late Neolithic activity zone of the daily life. So there you see the monument reconstructed, placed correctly in the landscape, and in perspective view it was visible in the skyline, and in this area we have remains of the activity zones of daily life. Maybe the settlement, but we don't have the evidence of houses. On the other hand, the investigations showed that the megalithic grave referred to a natural geological phenomenon, a sinkhole, probably occurred close in time to the construction of the late Neolithic tomb and was probably interpreted as a supernatural phenomenon. However, the architecture did not directly include the geological phenomenon, but merely referred to it, because the entrance directly is oriented to the sinkhole, and it's exactly seen from this entrance based on visibility analysis. It can be seen that prehistoric population was inspired by this natural feature, but at the same time remained anchored in their social, cultural thoughts and experiences, and built a typical monument for the Faunal Baker West group. In the following Metal Ages, the formerly rather local and regional path networks were replaced by super-regional connections. So, super-regional connections. The new routes, now white, on this time slice no longer run directly along the megalithic graves, but shows other routes that evolved into communication corridors over time. Although the Metal Ages barrow were located along these new communication routes and used therefore completely different landscapes areas than the Neolithic necropolises. Mostly there were still visual references to the older megalithic graves. Since in the Metal Age time slice the landscape had opened up due to former slash and burn and human activity, the finding of the two contemporaneous early to Middle Age Iron Age barrow cemeteries is striking, which were in line of sight and were not delimited by any natural features, but can be assigned to two different burial custom cycles. On this border, this is by chance the man-made limit of the investigation area, and more or less it's the limit of this or the border of this cultural phenomenon. In the western part, we have on the one hand a group buried in square trench monuments in German Viereckgräben, and on the other hand a group whose dead were buried in family burrows, Familiengräber. The connection of both at the same super-regional traffic and communication routes and the short side distance of less than 1.5 kilometers would have allowed social and intentional acculturation. However, the study demonstrates a regional subdivision and landscape structuring through social-cultural distinction and negates a mutual influence for this time slice. It's particularly striking that within the Iron Age settlement areas, there was no intervisibility between the barrows and the arable parcels in the first expansion phase, the Celtic fields. Thus, at this time, the everyday world was visually separated from the communication routes and the world of transit. The fact that the vegetation transformed into heathlands in the course of the Middle Ages is evidenced by postulations preserved in the mounds of the barrows. Another important databasis for the archaeological interpretation of landscapes are the dominant tree species. Since the landscape archaeological research, perception distances, according to Tadahiko Higuchi, are regularly discussed. For the dominant vegetation of Northern Westphalia, however, the parameters developed in Japan seem only very rough values. The calculation formula seems to work much better with monument heights. Based on this, it was possible to calculate near, middle, and long perceptual distances on the specific landscapes and time slices. In the heathlands, which were now opened up to a maximum in the late Middle Ages, a landwehr-like triple rampart section was erected in the study area in context of the Osnabrück city landwehr construction between 1397 and 1399 by the people of Westerkappeln, probably the convenience of the Count of Tecklenburg. Since the barrier monument is located quasi-exactly on the area of the Iron Age boundary, it seems that this previously immaterial boundary materialized in the late Middle Ages. In a subsequent expansion phase of this monument, which can be synchronized with the erection of a kind of custom house in Versen in 1601 by Count Arnold II of Bentheim-Tecklenburg, the barrier monument was expanded into a complex multi-leveled rampart ditch complex. So this is what we have documented in archaeological heritage management data, and firstly couldn't figure out what this monument would be, and it's a two-faced monument. So inside we have this landwehr-like three ramparts that we can find a little bit out of this case study area in airborne laser scan data, and so this monument was transformed in later times. But still was used as a barrier monument for boundaries. Consequently, from the late Middle Ages onwards, the barrier monument formed an inescapable element influencing and constituting the perception of the landscape, staged in a climax of hodological landscape dramaturgy. In both phases of expansion, the monument's imposing construction proves that the located in a comparatively open landscape and was shaping the landscape from a great distance. In addition to the manifested representation of the administrative boundary between the parishes of Westerkappeln and Versen in the first construction phase, the late medieval landwehr section also provided practical protection from the settlements and the agricultural used areas behind it, which implicitly refers to the agricultural use and livestock farming of the late medieval population. Archaeological relicts of this everyday use and the pragmatic structuring of the landscape can be found in this study area as Richard Furrows at the enclosed limestone hilltop of the Verserholz that was used as feedlot. In this diachronic synopsis of these different time slices, it is evident that the cultural landscape was already constituted around a geological phenomenon from the late Neolithic onwards and into a separate cultural landscape which then lasted for at least 3 millennia and was then profound in the Middle Ages. The new absolute dating now made it possible to synchronize the changes in the natural environment with the changes in anthropogenic material culture traces in the study area. This revealed the continuous witting but also unwitting influence of humans on their surrounding environments. Based on the newly developed method, the study area shows that the change in biodiversity is no longer documented exclusively in the poll data, but now can also be read from the anthropogenic archaeological relicts. Finally, I'd like to thank the German Academic Scholarship Foundation for the financial support, the University of Münster, the LWL Archaeology for Westphalia, and the Altertumskommission für Westfalen. Now I'm looking forward to discussions in the plenary, and later when you see this presentation on YouTube by mail, for this you will find my contact details here. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for this very dense time travel. I'm sure there are questions, so please.
Hello. Thank you very much for your talk. I would just be interested in, you were talking about different levels of regionalization within the Neolithic and early Bronze Age. What are your taxa for this? On what do you base this assumption, more or less?
Yeah. So the hardest evidence for this shift in landscape use are traces of a sunken lane that was closed by a burrow, and this burrow is probably dated to the early Bronze Age or maybe end Neolithic. So it's dated by the size. It's not investigated by an excavation yet, and but compared to the size of this monument, it's probably that this burrow is dated to the end Neolithic or early Bronze Age. And this monument closes the sunken lane, and the sunken lane is therefore it's dated earlier stratigraphically, and but with least cost path algorithms, it's more probable that the earlier ways in late Neolithic times are more regional and and use different areas. So there is a little rich landscape in between these later ways and the monument itself. So the later, the Bronze Age or Iron Age and so on, traffic is not directly on these megalithic tombs. Like it's always postulated that is always directly, or the traffic routes would follow the megalithic tombs and onwards, but in this specific area, it could be proved that it's not that correct. Yeah. But it's always, it's also used as a landmark still. Yeah.
There have been more hands up.
Thank you. I think that was fascinating. I was really struck by what I think as part of your methodology was, which was to take the pollen sequences from multiple sites, to use IntCal 20 to help cross-date those, to produce the landscape zones as you see it from the plant remains, to then take the topography and add in the soil types to end up with a hypothetical vegetation model which can be read through time.
Yeah.
I've got that right, haven't I?
Exactly. Yeah.
So what kind of challenges do you think that poses for us as state heritage managers in assuring the consistency that Michael's question to the earlier speakers indicates? How easy do you think it would be to repeat that for other areas of your state or indeed anywhere else?
Yeah, I think the challenging point is, or what this study may nudge is, or may show, that it's really hard to reconstruct one past, because there is no one past. 5,000 years ago, it started with the cultural landscape, and this cultural landscape always transformed, and we have to decide which state we should show. Like in heritage management, we always discuss which part of this building should be reconstructed. Which phase, the original phase, the latest phase, the more or less most important phase, and what is it about landscapes. So in Westphalia there are several citizen science projects, but based on not the scientifics, based on citizens. They want to reconstruct their former landscape because it's too dramatic with the changes of agricultural policy, and they want to reconstruct landscape in a biotope. But what is the reconstructed landscape? The medieval landscape or the Iron Age landscape and heathlands. So now we could reconstruct that there were heathlands around the megalithic graves, but really small ones, just heathland areas or heath areas, not heathlands. So yeah.
So thank you for that really interesting presentation. I think picking up on the previous question, I love the landscape reconstructions, but one of the challenges for me is always the quality of the data that lies behind them, and that's what we all know is really variable from location to location. And I think as researchers, we're privileged to go for the honeypots of good data and therefore do these really nicely nuanced reconstructions. But can you imagine taking your overall approach and doing it somewhere where the quality of the data is not so good? So I would say that the soils mapping across the UK is questionable in quality at best. So if you don't have that level of detail, or you don't have as many pollen samples, if you imagine yourself into that context, can you see a method that would allow you to provide this kind of reconstruction and maybe contextualize it a little bit in terms of the data quality?
Yeah, I think it's more or less a shame operatoire, this method, and the better your data are, the longer you can go this way, this path. And if your data are leaking at one point, you have to stop. So I think this is the general answer to your point. But in detail, it would be really interesting to compare if you say the data quality is leaking, the governmental data quality is leaking, and to compare it with our German data qualities. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's no question to Leo. It's trying to answer Barney's and Rachel's question concerning what heritage management can do in Northern Westphalia. It's like this or does. It is because we are trying to grab the data from the excavations by working close together with the University of Cologne. Especially, we have since 30 years a kind of contract that all paleontological data that is gathered from rescue excavation or whatever is analyzed, more or less all, of course, by the University of Cologne, by the labs there. So they have the broad overview over 30 years of sampling, and they have the questions on how landscape evolved. It's no question for heritage management. That's research, in my view. We just have to stick to a certain sampling strategy and try to get people involved that do research on it. That is our job, I guess. So Leo's data is, I don't know, it was even more earlier than the project we started in 1992, but since then onwards we have a real strategy on that. Yeah? So that is our way to get around the problem.
Thank you. And just to come back on that, your critical point there was the sampling strategy. That was what I was after. Because if we don't, I'm just thinking if we went over the border into Belgium or France or something like that and just said, are you doing it the same there? No, exactly. So where does that leave us with the consistency issue, and what does that mean for heritage managers? What kind of guidance might we envisage that could bring that consistency closer together without acting like a straitjacket?
discussion. Are there any more questions? We have still time. If not, then I will finally close the session. I thank you all for the audience. Okay. Sorry. I close the session. I thank you all for your attention. We have now a break and use this for discussions. Thank you.
Before everyone departs, can I just ask Archaeolingua to say a word?
Okay, I would just wish to rob you of a minute of your time. On behalf of Archaeolingua, I'd like to point out that all of you are entitled to a free copy of last year's extended abstract book, which you can pick up at me at our stand. So if you would like to do that, just find me during the day. And also, we have brought some books, but if you don't want to spend time with checking our installation today, please feel free to pick up a leaflet on our newest releases. Thank you very much.
Good morning again. We move on to session 3 now, Archaeological Heritage and Natural Heritage Management, Conflict or Collaboration. And we've already heard a couple of things yesterday which touched on this. We should get started because we have online delegates as well as those in the room. So it's my very great pleasure to introduce Marjolein Verschoor, who will be your chair and coordinator for this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barney. We had a small session this morning and a long one this afternoon. The great news is that there's 2 breaks in between, so it's very relaxing as well. As Barney said, there's some overlap with yesterday's session, but yesterday was more about the threats to archaeology in a sense, by nature, while in this afternoon we'll talk more about how can we cooperate between nature preservation and archaeological preservation. And we'll look more into the legal systems and the problems with that, but also the ways to mitigate these problems. Also internationally, so we'll also look at the legal framework, the international legal framework. And we will also see examples of how nature preservation actually helps archaeology. So I'm very excited about this session. I think you will be too in a while. And I'll just start by introducing our first speaker, which is Rachel Opitz from the University of Glasgow. And I think you are a senior lecturer in spatial archaeometry. So, and you're also the new chair of our remote sensing working group. So a very great welcome to you.
Right, and now I have to use my remote sensing and technological ability to work the PowerPoints. So there we are. Let's see. Excellent. Okay, so thank you to everyone for inviting me here today to talk to you all about remote sensing and near surface sensing and how we can use this to encourage and support joined up, integrated, collaborated decision making across agricultural applications. So I'm focusing specifically on agricultural environments and natural and cultural heritage management within this space. And I'm going to be outlining at a high level what I see as some of the opportunities for collaboration and then some of the real challenges in this area. And this is coming out of a project that I'm carrying out with colleagues at CSIC, the Spanish National Institute for Research, the University of Siena, the University of Florence, and the University of Ghent. So I'm representing a fairly big team here. So in this group, I do not have to tell you that we are in a changing regulatory context, so I will just pass quickly over the fact that the new CAP is coming into place, and then in the UK, we have new environmental and agricultural regulation. So in this new regulatory context, which we are going to see rolling out over the next decade or so, farmers and land managers are being asked to do some really challenging things, in my view. They are being asked to balance productivity. We all still need to eat. Food production remains important. With sustainability, so this is everything from soil and water conservation to where we are going to plant trees, what land is going to be kept in and out of agriculture, the protection of sensitive habitats, and the protection of heritage. And at least in the UK context, but I think more widely in Europe, this is often being talked about now in terms of ecosystem services. So there's a lot of discussion about things like soil as an ecosystem service, how it forms a cultural and natural archive for our heritage. And I'm trying to think about how remote sensing data fit into and can serve our aims in this emerging space. And I really want to emphasize that one of the things that I think is challenging but interesting in this new policy environment is that a lot of the schemes are becoming outcome-based. And so farmers and land managers are gearing up to be able to demonstrate outcomes under this emerging set of agri-environment schemes, which include doing things interesting for us, like demonstrating stewardship of natural and cultural heritage, but they are having to plan land management adaptation. And this has driven a really big requirement for under monitoring, reporting, and verification conservation schemes, data, both baseline and then kind of ongoing monitoring data on soil erosion, soil nutrients. Everyone is interested in measuring soil carbon now, not least because of the ability to trade soil carbon, carbon sequestration, biodiversity potential. So there has been a really significant shift in the agricultural sector to generate all of this data. So I'm not going to go into too much technical detail with this group, but to give you a sense, this is everything from high temporal resolution satellites. So most of you will be familiar with the Sentinel satellites, which are widely used in what we're going to term here precision agriculture, to IoT sensors. So these are little individual sensors that have a solar panel or a battery and deliver data over a network and can be distributed across the rural landscape. A lot of sensors we're familiar with are now kitted out on tractors. Many tractors now are GPS enabled. You can put a multispectral sensor on a tractor just as you can on a UAV. There's been a lot of investment in that technology space. There's a lot of investment in machine learning workflows. This is mostly in the context, again, of things like the CAP and monitoring, reporting, and verification. There have been some interesting developments in things like LoRaWAN networks, which I hadn't heard of until about a year or two ago. These are essentially like Wi-Fi networks that are used to transfer data in rural environments that are poorly connected to get the data off your IoT sensors into a cloud platform where you can actually do something with it in life. And there's also been a lot of investment in user annotation workflows. A lot of these are essentially smartphone apps that are being given to farmers and land managers so that they can collect imagery, add annotations to that imagery, and basically feed into and improve the training data sets for some of these machine learning-led approaches. So all of this has been happening largely in the context of the agricultural sector, and I'm trying to think about how we both take advantage of this as cultural and natural heritage managers, but also absolutely critically how we are positive contributors in this space. Because from my point of view, we can't really ask for our needs to be catered for in this environment unless we're delivering value back. So we need to think about where we fit into this landscape. So the group that I mentioned previously is running something called the IPASS CZO project, which is the Integrated Precision Agricultural and Archaeological Sensing Technologies Critical Zone Observation Project, very long title, into an acronym. And what we are basically trying to do is to establish interoperable methods and data sources. So we're looking at these different sensing technologies and at how they're being deployed, both in terms of spatial and temporal sampling, and how we can come up with ways to do this that will generate data that has maximum reuse potential across applications in cultural and natural heritage management, environmental sustainability, and critically for agricultural land managers who, again, have their eye on the economic ball, and necessarily so, and how we can do things like improve modeling, so how we can be part of a collaboration around a better overall understanding of how soils and plant and waters and the whole ecosystem around this in an agricultural area is working. And I think archaeologists have valuable things to contribute in this space intellectually in terms of how we think about these things. So what are we doing in practice to head this way? And I will say we're 9 months into the project, so we are still at the beginning. We've started out by trying to assess sources of compatible data and looking really at what instruments are high potential for doing this, because we're trying to make recommendations to people in commercial archaeology, in agriculture, and different management agencies about what kit you should be deploying, when it's sensible to go and collect data, and what spatial resolution critically you should be collecting data at. So what kinds of sampling schemes are going to generate compatible data sources. So we've been doing this basically by getting together groups of people who represent environmental science, archaeology. We've engaged directly with farmers. We've engaged with the companies who are specializing in collecting this data. And we've said, okay, we're going to start with across a range of applications like the ones here on the screen: soil carbon sequestration, agricultural productivity, natural heritage management, water-soil interactions. What are the basic parameters that we're trying to measure? measure. So that's kind of your vertical axis here. And we've said, okay, the color code here is red equals it's important for everybody. Yellow means it's kind of medium priority for everybody. Green equals lower priority. Purple is we're really not sure where this fits. So we tried to do a basic assessment across these different domains of what everyone was interested in, because shared aims can lead us towards shared data and shared data acquisition protocols. So we then started looking across the range of sensors that could hit against these high priority aims. And I'm just going to mention a few here. There has been an explosion in sensing technologies, but this is everything from hyperspectral or narrowband multispectral sensors, which are widely deployed in agriculture to create proxies for soil geochemistry and also to monitor vegetation stress during crop development, which is exactly the same thing we try and do with crop marks. Data on things like magnetic susceptibility, which is used in some environments to do things like assess iron oxides in soils, and things like electric conductivity, so soil salinity and soil moisture. So these are all sensors that are already familiar to us in archaeology and we're therefore reasonably comfortable working with, but also starting to look at some sensors that are not really used yet in heritage management and archaeology. So one thing that we've been looking at is the way that you can take measurements of things like the shear pressure on plow tines and tire pressure and use that as a proxy for soil compaction. So agriculture is very concerned about soil compaction. As archaeologists, are we interested in soil compaction? Yes. Do we know how to think about it on a survey scale? No. So these are areas of kind of future potential for us to be trying to think about how this can be archaeologically meaningful. Things like yield data. So data is increasingly collected in detail by farmers and land managers. Can we think about yield data as something that's going to give us a general indication of areas that may be producing crop marks in crops that we're not so good at seeing them in because it's not a cereals crop, it's a different type of crop. So again, a different proxy. So getting our heads around these things. What is our pool of shared sensors? Lots of sensors now for things like multi-temporal biomass, soil temperature. The range of parameters that's measured in agriculture broadly is wider than the range we're seeing in heritage management. So trying to think about that a bit. We are also looking at familiar sensors that are being deployed in different configurations, and again, kind of expanding the range of types of environments that we can work in. So these are just two wee examples here, the Mexfine and OptRx. These are both basically sensors that are active optical spectral sensors. So we're used to looking at multispectral imagery, at RGB photography, but they are designed to be deployed in vineyards. So there's a lot of investment in agriculture in monitoring wine production. It's a high-value crop. And so they are essentially measuring up the vertical profile along a row at about a 30-centimeter resolution as they go down the row, stress and leaf temperature and biomass and all sorts of things on the developing vine crop. So is that data that we can start to work with archaeologically? So these are potential areas for collaboration that we've not looked at yet. IoT sensors, which I've mentioned, I think are really interesting for us to think about in terms of monitoring preservation conditions and soil conditions in general on sites where we already know that there's heritage and archaeology. So again, thinking about these sensors that do things like take multiple measurements down the soil profile of soil moisture and soil surface temperature or subsoil surface temperature, conductivity, the water level, all of this information, and saying, okay, can we deploy some of these sensors on heritage sites to collect on a regular, ongoing basis over a 5-year period, a big data set that will tell us about re-wetting and re-drying, changing soil temperature conditions, everything that affects the microbiome and therefore affects archaeological preservation. And can we collaborate with the agricultural industry if we're collecting this data to share it back with them? Can we share this data with environmental managers who are also interested in it? So there are lots of places where we can be joining up with our colleagues here around these sensors. So we have done a big review of these different sensors and and please don't try to read this in detail, but we've essentially put the different sensors against our priority areas. The ones in black text are these ones that we think are already producing data that is really reusable, and the ones in white text are producing data that's reusable, but there's some sort of issue like that it's in a proprietary data format that made all of the scientists doing this big instrument review a bit grouchy. So those are areas that we think there need to be some improvements. So we've established a set of sensors that have high potential for data sharing. We've then been trying to look at as well at when we collect data. This is really kind of a basic thing in terms of sampling for data interoperability. So this we've been largely doing through literature review. So looking and saying, for example, that if you're trying to identify buried archaeological remains through their appearance in crop marks, the strongest signals tend to be at the start of a crop boot phase. So this is how the agricultural people talk about the phenological cycle. And this is conveniently also a good time to collect spectral data if you're trying to estimate yields to maximize production. So there's actually good timing compatibility there. It's less compatible with some environmental management applications, for instance, looking at collecting data for relating water and nitrogen use levels to yield. So they're interested in the mid to late grain filling stage. So then thinking, okay, is the recommendation, if you want to create a really interoperable data set, you need to collect data 2 times throughout the crop growing season, once in the boot phase and once in the mid to late grain filling stage, and this is going to match requirements across a range of applications. So we're trying to look at that. Spatial resolution is probably the biggest bugbear in terms of creating really interoperable data sets. Archaeologists are viewed as incredibly greedy by people from other disciplines because we want our data somewhere between 20 centimeters and a meter for prospection applications. Everyone's nodding like, yes, that is how I wish my data to be. In agriculture, a lot of data, particularly geared at defining management zones and maximizing production, is collected at the 10 to 15 meter scale. So that is much coarser than what's needed for most archaeological applications. A lot of environmental management applications sit somewhere between the two. So collecting data at a range of resolutions between 3 and 10 meters. So I think there are a couple things we can think about here. One is, can we think about applications in archaeology for coarser resolution data, so modeling archaeological potential and how far we can get with 5 to 10 meter data. So I will blame my own subdiscipline a little bit and say we've really focused on the very high resolution data, and we maybe need to be thinking more about what we can do with coarser data sets. But I would also say that if we can deliver enough value back through archaeological interpretation of these interoperable data sets to other disciplines, maybe they will be willing to bring down the resolution of data they're collecting, because this is ultimately an economic question. It's not that farmers are totally uninterested in higher resolution data, it's that it's not economically viable. So there's a real question as to data reuse potential and the value that that adds. So having done this very kind of high-level overview, we're then looking at developing interoperable workflows, particularly in the context of machine learning. And I would say doing things both to take advantage of machine learning models that are being developed and feeding in archaeological information to improve them. So just one very brief example, keeping with familiar data, so Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, which we're all familiar with. So these data sets are combined, they are put through a machine learning algorithm, and they are used to create grassland mowing and then arable plowing event layers. So this is something that you can get. It's been developed for the CAP, unsurprisingly, and essentially gives you a detection every time a field is mowed or plowed. So thinking back yesterday to changes in mowing management. So how can we deal with this and then feed into it as archaeologists? We might say, okay, we're going to take advantage of an automated system for identifying mowing and plowing events impacting on heritage sites. We know where they are. We can say, is this event typical of the time series? If they mow every three times every year and that doesn't change, then we're not worried. But we can certainly count if they've mowed 5 times this year instead of 3, or 1 time this year instead of 3. We can then be going down a workflow of inspecting site the site on a higher resolution data set, maybe making a field visit if it's needed, and then crucially feeding back into the system if we're creating annotations, if we're taking photos, improving training data sets by feeding our information on what we're observing on the ground back to these larger projects, and then ultimately making long-term assessments of impacts of different land management patterns. So really kind of fitting into this picture. And we can also say, okay, why do environmental and agricultural managers want to engage with us about this? So there's a lot of work going on right now to assess, again, using Sentinel data with machine learning workflows, whether or not a given field is producing kind of in the same way as its neighboring field. So as an individual farmer or landowner, is your field an outlier in your region compared to others with similar crops and soils, or is it performing more or less the same way? So there's a lot of investment going into developing models for this. So I would say, do we want to maybe remove the fields that regularly produce crop marks from those models, and would that improve agricultural modeling? So this is research that hasn't been done, but this is again a place where we can maybe be contributing from an archaeological point of view to a wider land management project, which again makes us more valuable collaborators in this space, and I think would actually improve their modeling. So turning briefly to what we can do, not just in terms of going forward with how we develop workflows, but thinking about the data that we already have and how we can improve its interoperability. I'm just going to focus for a minute on the kinds of data we have in regional and national heritage repositories. So we've been doing a small bit of work through the Ariadne project, looking at very simple things that we can do, like the kinds of vocabulary and tags that we put on our data sets. Now, as archaeologists, we might say, okay, archaeological geophysical data, I'm going to tag it with the kind of monument that was detected in it. That's absolutely fascinating for us and not very exciting for our environmental and agricultural colleagues. But if we start tagging our data sets with the kinds of vocabulary and the keywords that they're interested in, and these are Getty AAT tags, so things like soil density, drainage, compaction, if we kind of get ourselves in that headspace, then our data is going to become more findable for people outside of archaeology. And again, I think this is a really direct, concrete, not that hard thing that we can do to make our data sets more valuable in this space. We can also do a slightly more complicated exercise and be thinking, okay, how do we turn crop mark data, the images, the vectors, into things that are more usable for agri-environment and natural heritage? So looking at things like that, they might be interested in the dates of detections, the most recent ones, the first ones, dates of other detections, so how often a site crop marks. This isn't how we currently structure our crop mark data, but I think a proposal like this might make it more reusable outside. So this is repackaging existing data. We can also do things like write what I call scope notes. So again, focusing on the bits that are underlined. These are essentially health and safety warnings for data sets. So they are short documents that explain to someone who's unfamiliar with the type of data the reasonable limitations on its interpretation and why it might be interesting. So we are in a process of writing these for common data types that are in that kind of high interoperable potential list, just to do that translation work. The final thing I would say that we can do is we can participate in cross-domain projects that are focused on things like soils. Particularly in Europe right now, there's a real push around soil observation. The EU Soil Observatory are doing a lot of early stage work right now, designing their data standards, designing their platforms. And so I think that there's a real reason for us to be in these conversations saying we have data that is valuable to others and we can contribute in this space. And we can do this by thinking about technical standards and the platforms. So to conclude, there are huge challenges in this area around technical interoperability, the semantic interoperability. I didn't even talk about it, but licensing and governance is probably one of the hardest things, and getting ourselves to have the free time and energy to participate. But I also think there's a huge opportunity here to take a more holistic approach to managing agricultural landscapes, particularly to try and support sustainable, in multiple senses of the word, agriculture and soils management, and to highlight their cultural, natural, and heritage value. And that is what we are going to continue to work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Please stay here, because I think there will be lots of questions. I think this is just there's so much opportunities coming up now of what we can do potentially. So this is just great. Yudmil is the first to ask a question.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much for this very, inspiring presentation of you. So my question deals with verification. What about verification of the data you gathered applying different methods of remote sensing? Verification. Is there any strategy? What do you think about? Because this is a big challenge we face in my country about verification of this data.
Verification in the sense of assessing whether or not there's archaeology on the ground?
Yes, especially archaeological remains.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So I think this is a real challenge. So I think there are multiple ways that it can be approached. One is to say, I will genuinely say, I don't think we need to or should be trying to do on-the-ground verification for everything. I think there are some cases where we need to start to trust the imagery, trust the data, make a desk-based assessment. Dare we say it, make an automated assessment and say, okay, yes, that's fine. And for me, the strategy is to create the situation where we're only having to look at a smaller percentage of uncertain sites and then to organize field visits for those. Now, there are multiple ways that might be approached. That might be a National Heritage Management Agency saying, okay, we're going to do that. Or maybe there's a citizen science approach working with farmers, asking them to supply imagery. Again, we have to think about what we're giving back to them in return in terms of helping them to evidence the cultural and natural heritage value of their land. So have I solved this problem? No, because we are only 9 months in and it's a big problem. But I think it's a really critical point to be addressing. You're absolutely right.
Thanks, Jenny. Thank you, Rachel, for a fascinating talk. It strikes me, though, that we see the value. I don't know how other governments are said. It's their departments of agriculture, ultimately, that need to be convinced. And so as we're in Ireland, I'm not sure where it is in other nations, in a consultation phase in terms of the next CAP, it strikes me that you're talking to the convinced. It's how do we get that message over to our respective agriculture departments in terms of building necessary measures or whatever, or activities into whatever tier 3 of GAAC or AECM or whatever acronym you want under CAP. And that's the question in my own mind now, inspired by your talk, is how to get our agriculture department to listen to this.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's a huge challenge. And I would say the approach we're taking in our project, which is certainly not the only approach, but is really to be approaching it from a technical standards and what is happening with the data and the sensing platforms point of view. I think it's very hard. I cannot imagine myself influencing agricultural policy at a high level. But what I think we can do, as I was saying at the end, is get involved in things like the EU soil observatory projects and start saying, okay, so, here is where archaeological data can fit into the archive. Here's where it can fit into the workflow. So connecting with organizations that are developing the machine learning algorithms and saying to them, okay, we think we can improve your algorithm by accounting for a heritage data set. So I think what's absolutely critical to getting the attention of agricultural agencies, which is the center of your question, is showing that accounting for archaeological information in the presence of archaeology in agricultural areas delivers value beyond just, okay, a sense of heritage, which is absolutely important and something we should be doing, but saying you will be able to make better management decisions if you account for this, and working through then data standards and the types of data that need to come in and be used. So I think there are lots of strategies and approaches that people with different expertise than mine could take, but I'm trying to kind of work from the data level and data standards.
Yeah, I was going to add to the challenge. I mean, I think the issue that you pointed to, Michael and Rachel, the CAP issue, of course, you talked about the changing environment that we're all in and the challenge of that. It's either going to get worse or it's going to get even worse, because the thing that's worrying me at the moment is the drive for food security in the light of recent events, knowing what's happening to crop yields in Ukraine. So that's going to be an even bigger challenge, but it might be an even bigger opportunity for us, because as productivity becomes absolutely critical for local food security, if we can contribute to that through the mechanisms that you've been talking about, that would be a big win for us.
Yeah, and I think to pick up your example for a minute, so one of the issues that has been highlighted in the news around the situation in Ukraine is that a lot of the fertilizer supply is tied in with Ukraine, right? So fertilizer prices have gone through the roof, which is a big problem for farmers and land managers and everyone who wants food. And this, for me, is something that can motivate us to move to a higher spatial resolution, to say, okay, we have to take a more detailed approach to how we're applying fertilizer. That's a push towards higher spatial resolution. How do you start to plan in greater detail where it does and doesn't make sense to apply fertilizer, at which point you start dropping from that 15-meter level where maybe it doesn't make a lot of sense to account for archaeological remains and past human impacts on the landscape, to a 5-meter level or a 3-meter level where it starts to make a lot of sense to account for those things. And I think we need to be making the case for ourselves that when you start to get to that greater level of detail, you need to start thinking about the archaeological remains distributed throughout the agricultural landscape.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I hardly know where to start. I'm sort of buzzing with thoughts and ideas. Just a couple of things, really. The first one was actually, have you got anything yet that you could work on at the 15-metre scale? I'm thinking here about archaeological sensitivity and confidence at a much higher, a lower resolution scale, but a broader landscape scale, thinking about where you might put new settlements or new roads and what the signatures for archaeology might look like at the 15-metre scale. So that's the first point. And then the second one is, are there data banks for all this data, known and solid data banks where this can be reused and repurposed?
So in terms of data sets that are coming out of precision agriculture at that coarser scale, so one of the things that I mentioned was yield data, and there's actually a really nice example done by some of our Hungarian colleagues long time ago now, by Gábor Borták and Bela Simon and Szila Gatti, who were looking at yield data and very clearly identified, I think it was a very large Neolithic site popping through in the yield data. So there is good evidence that this comes through. I think the real challenge which you've highlighted is that this is an incredibly messy data source. There is no single government repository for all of this data. And again, getting into the governance side of things, essentially the EU current policy is that the companies that collect the data are the data owners, and they can then resell it to people they want to resell it to. And there's a lot of complicated discussion happening around that. There are, unsurprisingly, a proliferation of research databases that are trying to pull together different bits of data, but right now it's very, very scattered. So at the EU level, the Demeter project, the Atlas project, GODON, so I can email out a list of terrible acronyms to people who would be interested, but there are EU projects who are looking at this question of data interoperability, how it can be gathered. I would say not everyone is going for a data centralization approach, in that a lot of this is about having APIs that can tap into the disaggregated data sources, but it's a really, really complicated problem.
I will allow for one last question.
We've got one online question.
Okay.
Is it planned to use the data also a kind of monitoring base for further restoration procedures in nature conservation and monument protection after destructive interventions through agriculture?
So if this is a question, if I understand it correctly, about, so let's say you are collecting data on the basis of precision agriculture. So someone's farming and you get a data set that allows you to identify a new site. So are you doing ongoing monitoring? So I would say hopefully yes, and that this is in fact one of the things I think is a big potential area, because as a small archaeological community, we don't have the capacity to collect data every year in every field. But for farmers who are working these fields, they're in a better position to collect ongoing monitoring data, because every every time they plant a crop, they will be assessing the yield. Every 10 years, they might be doing a new survey looking at their soil properties, soil nutrients. There are going to be more frequent monitoring surveys for things like soil carbon. So I think that in terms of the potential to do ongoing monitoring once you have detection, yes, that can be part of the strategy here.
I think the other microphone should be working now, but...
Oh, okay. Well, I have one now, so I don't need it. And I'll take back control now because we're getting out of the time. And I think actually that Rachel's presentation allows for half a symposium if we keep talking about it. So we'll just quickly go on and we'll have an opportunity to discuss more at the end of this session, so don't worry. We are going to an online presentation of Thomas Becker of the State Office for the Preservation of Monuments in Hesse, Germany. And he will, he's in the field, I think. I can already see him on screen. He will talk a little bit about oxbow lakes, and which are both from a natural perspective and from cultural heritage perspective interesting. And I think you're still. I think you're trying to say something, but you're on mute. That's.
Yeah, I think I'm.
Yes, now we can hear you. So just please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me and for the words you give to me and to my person. I decided to move from office to the outside when I'm talking about nature conservation and archaeology, so it might be a better background for it. So I will change to full screen and give you some examples and some experience on the conflict and the chances between nature conservation and cultural heritage protection in terms of archaeological monuments in the southern part of Hesse in Germany. To introduce you the area we are going to, you can see on the left side the map of Germany and the federal state of Hesse in the middle part of it. And if you look at the right side, you can see the map which describes the landscape, which is typical for our federal state. Most parts are mounted areas from the so-called Mittelgebirge, and parts are fluvial landscape with a river Rhine running from south to northwest, and the area here, which is very intensively used for agricultural production. Our office, and I'm the head of the field office in Darmstadt, is divided in the parts of the archaeological unit and the unit of protection of monuments. And we've got the head in Wiesbaden, and the capital of Hesse, and two field offices in Marburg and the one in Darmstadt in the south, which is which deals with the landscape south of the river Main, which is approximately running around this area here. I marked for you to orientate the situation of the capital Wiesbaden, the city of Darmstadt, and the city of Frankfurt, which is probably more familiar to you when you have a look at Germany. If you have a look at the typical landscape in the southern part of Hesse, even next to the River Rhine, which runs here in the left part of the picture, you can see an intensively used landscape used by agricultural production. And there are some parts in between which marked the former river Rhine or other rivers in this area. South of it, there's the river Neckar. North of it, there's the river Main. And are still old river lines here in the landscape, which are probably not so common for using for agricultural production. This is a man-made landscape, of course. When you have a look at the map of 1762, the area here is still with the meandering of the River Rhine in use, and in the middle of the 19th century, the river line will be straightened, like projects here. The landscape in the surrounding, the people try to dry it to make more area, more fields usable for agricultural production. And there is another period, intense period for using or for preparing the landscape for these agricultural use in the 1913 years by the so-called Reichsarbeitsdienst. So we have a landscape nowadays which has mostly areas for agricultural production and some parts which are not usable for this, and these parts are mostly protected by natural protection. So you see the whole map of Hesse with the areas of what we call Naturschutzgebiete, so protected areas for nature, and the Nature 2000 areas, which are also highly protected areas for natural preservation. When we focused on the southern part, you see here there is although there's intensive agricultural use, there is there are many parts of protected areas, and if we go to detail, this is the concerning map with all the protected areas, nature reserve, protected landscape areas, fauna, flora, habitat areas, bird protection areas, Nature 2000, and some more. So we have many parts which are protected in terms of heritage, nature heritage management. The archaeological landscape, in terms of our knowledge of archaeological sites, is also very dense. If you see the points here which mark every archaeological site in this area, the blank areas here and here are not without any archaeological knowledge, but they are not yet in our database system. So you can add these areas with also this intense many intense points of archaeological sites here. So in the River Rhine Valley, we have many archaeological sites which are situated in the landscape. Many of them are, some of them, not sorry, some of them are connected with the landscape and the protection of the landscape against the rivers and flood. So we have dikes, historical dikes, and the underneath substructure of buildings which are used in water management. And if you look at the water areas also, of course, rest of bridges, like here posts, which comes out of the water when the river, in this example it's a river Main, has low water level. And for us, very surprising, even use of the former old river areas, even then when they are just only wet or even dry, for religious or other purposes. With one example, you see the small-scale excavation, which I showed you on the slide before, and there we can dig out a deposit of the time of 1000 before Christ, with all these bronze things which are deposited there in this formerly wet area. We don't know the precise kind of deposition, because all the things are in their upper soil level, where the agricultural use has turned them around, so the original context could not be reconstructed. So these areas are normally, we say, are not used for settling or agricultural use in former times, but when with this example, we can show that they are used for other purposes. So it might be interesting and to protect them in future. When we have a look at the map with the protected areas by nature again, you can see all these old river areas here, which are highly protected. And so we have a chance to connect this protection by nature with the with our legislative chance to protect monuments and sites. But there is a little problem. Our law, the Hesse law of protection of monuments, says that provision of nature conservation law shall remain unaffected. So when the colleagues of the Nature Heritage Organization do things, they haven't ask us to for permission for this, because of this part of our legislation. There is another problem, or another situation, I will say, or another challenge when we want to do our management work on protected sites. For example, you can see the conserved rests of a late Roman, early medieval site next to the River Rhine. I marked it on the map here in a wooden area which is nature reserve, and we would like to do some aerial photography with a drone and do some geophysics there, and need permission of the authority of nature protection there, and they have to ask 14 stakeholders and organizations for their opinion. So there is no chance to do spontaneous work there. We have to plan things with a lot of time and with a lot of paperwork before we would get the permission to do things like this. We also, and I think that's not a typical thing for our part of the country, but even a thing of the whole European Union, we have to deal with the rechange of landscape from a man-made landscape to a, I would say, in breaks, to a natural landscape by the European Water Framework Directive. When you see the the picture below, it's some at the area here taken by aerial photography. You see the former line of the river Weschnitz, which has been remodeled to a nature-like looking river line here. And when you have in mind that this line is man-made and not only in the early 20th century, but it dates probably more in the late medieval or early modern times, we have a conflict between the change of a landscape to a more natural one on the one hand, and on the other hand to protect this scheduled monuments. These remodeling are, of course, combined with a lot of national work doing or producing this new water line here. So there are a lot of archaeological sites which will be destroyed by this. And if you have a special look at the river Weschnitz, we have with this modern line probably in parts between the monastery of Lorsch, which is a World Heritage Site, and the end of the river ending in the River Rhine here, where this late Roman, early medieval site is situated, that the part in between of the river line is assumed as made by the Romans to transport these columns from the place where they are produced here in the rampart of the Mittelgebirge, the so-called Odenwald, to the River Rhine and down to the Rhine up to other places where they are used. We are in a project together with the universities of Mainz, Darmstadt and Heidelberg to verify if this part of the river Weschnitz is made by the Romans and remade or reused in early medieval time when the monastery of Lorsch is founded as a water connection between the Rhine and the monastery, and in Roman times to the production area of these columns. And there is at the moment discussion to remodel this part of the river. So there's a large conflict between this, the remodeling of the river to a more natural line and the heritage of a man-made river line of Roman times or medieval times. Bringing this together and summarize it, there are, of course, some chances to use and to combine the protection of nature and the protection of our cultural heritage, but there are also conflicts and challenges to deal with one and the other parts, because everyone is of course mainly looking of their own heritage or nature, and to combine this bears some conflicts. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I think this is recognizable for a lot of us here today. So who can I give the floor for the first question? Anybody? No? I do have one, so I just want to give you the opportunity. Yeah. Okay, well then, just for me, Thomas, you've been talking about the problems that you encounter, and mainly it seems to be that you don't always have the same goals in what you want to protect. But I'm also looking at how you can make this better in a way. And do you feel that it's purely legislation that's in the way, or do you also? It also seems like a lack of knowledge in a way, or a lack of communication. Maybe you can reflect on that a little bit.
Yeah, of course. I think the one hand is the legislation, the other hand is the people who deals with it. So I think information is the thing that might be useful, and talk to the colleagues in the Natural Heritage Protection Organization and find ways together with them to get the same goal, or get goals with probably more or less fit with each other.
I thought, well, probably this is everywhere in the country, isn't it? So perhaps we have other places in Germany or in the world that have the same problems, and we can learn from how to do this. Actually.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else wants to? No? Okay. Well, then, thank you so much, Thomas, for your interesting lecture. And
thanks.
It's time for our first break, and it's a long lunch break. I don't know if we need to say anything more, and I'm looking at Andreas then, that we're starting again at 1:30 here for the rest of the lectures. Okay, thank you. Everybody 2 more minutes to come back, because I don't want Thor to give a talk for an empty room or a half-empty room. Okay, well, not everybody's here still, but I think we should start because people online are also waiting and counting on us. So I'm sure that people will come in a little bit from now, but we'll start anyway. Okay, welcome back, everybody. The second part of the third session. And we'll pick up with the subjects where we stopped before the break. And we will start with a presentation by Thor Hjaltalin and Christine Sigurdardottir. But Thor will do the presentation, but I know that Christine is online to take some questions later if you have them for her. And I'm looking forward to this talk because I think the Cultural Heritage Agency went through a change this year, which is interesting because I hear you went from the Ministry of Culture to the Ministry of Environment, and I'm sure that has all kinds of implications, which we will hear about. So, Thor, please.
Good day to you all. When I first saw the title of this third session topic, Archaeological Heritage and Natural Heritage Management, Conflict or Collaboration in Protecting Nature and Archaeology, I thought, oh yes, of course, this is not only a prominent issue in Iceland today, but an important issue all over Europe. And I also noticed yesterday when Barney was saying that for some years ago, he never had much to do with environmental specialists or people working in the nature protecting management. And I must say that this is my experience too. Didn't have much contact with them some years ago. But now, I'm talking with them very frequently. And there must be a reason. Just a few words on the background. We have now reached the point that we are seeing these changes on an administrative level. In the beginning of 2022, a major change was made in the administration of archaeological heritage protection in Iceland, when the Cultural Heritage Agency of Iceland was moved from the Ministry of Culture over to the Ministry of Environment. This change did indeed not come by a surprise, and in a parliamentary motion, argument for it was presented, which said, among other things, heritage and nature conservation are based on similar methods and include preventive measures to prevent damage to natural and cultural property. The implementation of environmental assessment also takes better account of the connection between cultural and natural monuments in Iceland's nature. The transfer of the issue to the Ministry of Environment will contribute to more efficient administration of issues related to the environment in general, as it is important that the protection of nature and cultural heritage go hand in hand. It can also be expected that the change will lead to better utilization of funds and increased professional results with more cohesive and coordinated administration in the area. Cultural remains are part of the landscape as well as of the environment. But the cultural heritage management has a much longer tradition in Iceland than the natural heritage management. As the first archaeological sites were put under state protection in 1817, Iceland was first settled in the Viking period, and we can hardly say that we have any prehistorical period or pre-archaeological period. Historical, it's historical period we have. Pioneers in Icelandic archaeology in the 19th century were primarily interested in Viking Age saga sites and searched for them systematically and interpreted them with the aid of medieval literature. In the 1920s and 1930s, the state antiquarian put circa 700 sites the pioneers had found under state protection. Then later, since 1989, all remains that are more than 100 years old, the 100 years rule, that's quite a rule, they all become automatically protected by law. Municipalities and developers have the obligation to make a survey and archaeological registration in connection with development and planning work. So we immediately get very much involved in all this work and have this access to this evaluation, both on particular archaeological remains and landscapes as well. So the protected cultural remains increased from circa 700 sites to several 100,000 protection sites, and they are increasing every year. And this, of course, becomes a problem when we get further in with this into the 20th century. I think we will a bit step down and make a year somewhere to have. Yeah. But in the natural heritage management, the oldest nature preservation legislation regarding nature dates from 1956. We have some legislations of protection of birds and so on, which are older, but the legislation on nature preservation dates from 1956. And as late as 1990, the Ministry of Environment was established. This caused a rapid development in this field. At an organizational level, these issues, cultural and natural heritage management, evolved quite independently. In recent decades, more emphasis has been on nature conservation, which has attracted considerably more funds than the heritage protection. Emphasis have been made to protect large areas of land, and new national parks have been established. Also, with an increasing number of tourists visiting Iceland, people have become aware of the impact it can have on the sensitive Icelandic subarctic nature, and a lot of resources have been put in to building up the tourist infrastructure for nature preservation. But being in the Ministry of Culture, when all this is going on, the Cultural Heritage Agency was perhaps not really seen as an agency dealing with the environment. We were in company with the symphony orchestra and the ballet. Not a bad company, but not where the money went. And often forgotten when the institutions under the Ministry of Environment did their work on nature protection. During the last election period, the Green Party came to power in Iceland with an enthusiastic Minister of the Environment at the forefront. Big areas of land were put under protection, and work was done to establish a new Highland National Park that would cover more than 30% of all of Iceland's land area. The settlements and habitation areas in Iceland are very much concentrated along the coastal areas and into the valleys in the lowland. When you reach above circa 350 to 400 meters, there are very few habitation sites or old farms. This means that a vast area of land is not suitable for habitation. But does this mean that this is pure wilderness, intact from human activities? With a closer look, there is of course a lot of archaeology. Through the ages, men have been around and left their traces. Roads and old tracks, shelters for travelers, and even habitation sites for outlaws escaping and hiding from authorities and sheriffs of the past centuries. The idea with the park was meant to simplify all administration in the area. But at the same time, these ideas also created a great deal of uncertainty about the implementation of archaeological conservation within the national park, as well as about the powers of the institutions involved in the protection of nature and archaeological remains. It was almost like they forgot about that there were special laws in force for the protection of cultural heritage, which pertained under another ministry and another institution. But there has also been changes on how the Cultural Heritage Agency performs its work. In 2019, Iceland ratified the European Landscape Convention. And regarding the preservation of cultural monuments in recent decades, there has been an increased emphasis on preserving cultural landscapes and areas that are within nature conservation areas and national parks. This has caused problems as the administration of the protected areas is then in the hands of two different institutions. To say, the Environment Agency, which reports to the Ministry of the Environment, and the Cultural Heritage Agency, which reports to the Ministry of Culture, and are based on two different legislations, the law on cultural monuments and the law of nature conservation. This problem became evident recently when dealing with the protection of an entire valley, Þjórsárdalur in southern Iceland. This valley was more or less desolated after an enormous volcanic eruption in Mount Hekla in 1104. In the 1920s, the state antiquarian put about 20 farm sites in the valley under protection. But today, instead of looking at this as 20 different sites, this was now defined as a single cultural landscape. And here you see the area in Þjórsárdalur is quite a big valley. Some of you have actually been there. And also to this replica of one of the farms, a replica of Stöng. And we have actually from the medieval sources who lived in Stöng. He was called Gaukur in Stöng. And fun to tell about it, there is actually a runic stone in the Orkneys. He was quite famous. There was believed that there was a special saga about Gaukur. But there is a runic stone in the Orkneys that tells the axe that killed Gaukur made this stone. So it was. So that was about. So here was one of the inhabitants of this valley in those times. Well, the Minister of Culture, on the initiative of the Cultural Heritage Agency, protected the valley on the basis of cultural landscape and the Cultural Heritage Act, at the same time as the Minister of the Environment, on the initiative of the Environment Agency, protected the valley on basis of nature and nature conservation. There were therefore two ministers, two professional bodies based on two different legislations governing the protected area. This causes, of course, various kinds of problems. Who is responsible for paying the rangers, taking care of the site? Who is responsible for the development and the infrastructure of the area, of giving information and making sites accessible to the public? Who is the main authority at place? The struggle can also be on small things that suddenly become quite big. The nature people often want to ban the use of drones, for example, in the protected areas. But we point out, well, this is a very important tool for us in the heritage management, and we do not need a permission to use it. We are only fulfilling our legal obligations. So we always take care that the Heritage Agency is exempted from this ban in the protection terms of protected areas. But of course we have to make some compromises. For example, the use of drones, it can have impact on birds and breeding time, and all kind of natural reasons can be for not using drones in particular areas. But this is just one example of many such small things that come up. What we feel is that the preservation terms put forth restrict our work in a way that we cannot quite, we need to find a solution to. Oh, so this was just to mention a strange dilemma that often comes up. But after all, we are striving at the same direction for the preservation of the cultural heritage and the nature. We have the same interests, so the problems are maybe first and foremost administrative, policy making, legal matters, and maybe up to a point a pure ignorance, as Adrian mentioned here yesterday also, about a similar issue. The thing is, the two bodies need to learn better how the other perform their work and about the law and regulations concerned. The cooperation of these directorates on these issues has been successfully in many respects, but has also created uncertainty and tension. In the case of Þjórsárvöllur, the two bodies, the Cultural Heritage Agency and the Environmental Agency, had to work well together despite legal uncertainty, and managed quite well. I think we are learning. Representatives of the Cultural Heritage Agency have also for a long time been in the board of the National Park at Snæfellsnes in Western Iceland, which is a model for good cooperation. And maybe in the spirit of the Búrtrind National Park in Albania, we got a presentation of yesterday. Yeah, that was good to hear how we are dealing with the same problems in every corner of Europe. But now I come to the point where I began. Because this problem has now also been addressed by the transfer of the Cultural Heritage Agency to the Ministry of the Environment, the move will hopefully make the administration simpler, having both these fields in the hands of the same minister. As the preservation of archaeological remains and cultural landscape has been classified as an environmental issue in the governmental system, it is important not to forget that the issue is not less a cultural one. That is where we grew up. The transfer to a new ministry involves various opportunities, such as better coordination of heritage and nature conservation, and possibly better utilization of funds. But at the same time, care must be taken to secure that the heritage conservation does not lose its uniqueness and becomes just one small department in a large nature conservation directorate. It is therefore important to develop this cooperation carefully in the coming years, and it is important to learn from the experience and take advice from our neighboring nations in that regard. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tor. Is this on? Yes, it's on. So you can stay behind the microphone. Yeah. It all boils down to who's the boss and who pays, isn't it? In the end. Okay.
And where the interest goes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who wants to pose a question to Thor? Yes, Catherine. Oh, Katalin, sorry.
It's not a question, it's rather a comment, because it's not very frequent that we bring a positive example from Hungary. But now I would do that because we have an environmental act dated in the 80s. And in this act, it is precisely described that what part are the environment. And the built heritage, including monuments and archaeological heritage, is part of the environment. And this is also always a point we can stick on, and we can make understanding with the people working in the nature conservation field. Mm-hmm. So it can be a legal part, then you can ensure your participation in the environmental legislation.
Will be interesting to look into. Thank you.
Barney.
Thank you, Thor. I'm one of those very lucky people who's been to that valley. After this meeting, I really want to know what an outlaw settlement in Iceland looks like. But on more serious matters, on more serious matters, you said something about learning across the administrative boundaries. So the learning between the cultural and the natural. Yeah. Was that formalised in any way, or was it just talking and getting to know people?
We have actually come up with formal meetings now once a year, and according to and also with the valley in Þjórsárdalur, we have two groups. But one is governed by the Cultural Heritage Agency and one of the Environmental Agency, and each of them is practically the same people, but they meet once a year, actually twice then. So there is a discussion, and also when what happened was that we got new when we had the last 4 years, and we got new preservation areas on a large scale that we had to have opinion on. So we needed to go in some kind of a discussion about this, and where our authority begins and ends. So we were in a way forced to take this discussion, a discussion that was not so prominent for like 10 or 15 years ago. Yeah.
I was actually wondering, and then I'll go back to Katalin, if this was also your initiative, because it sounds rather hopeful. We just mix them together, and then we'll make for better preservation, better cooperation. But or was this a political?
It was. Well, well, maybe the discussion about this has been going on for some years, also in our group. Yeah, but in the end, it was a political decision. Mm. Yeah. They saw this is quite complicated. Why not just put it all in under the same minister?
First, Katalin, and
one more remark. I remember your excitedness some years ago when you informed us that the agency became part of the Prime Minister's office.
Yes.
Then it went back to the culture, and perhaps it's a good message that belonging to a bigger picture, and it will bring some advantages and not only problems.
Yeah.
So I wish it strongly.
Yes, and I think this time when we went under the Prime Minister's office, we stayed there for a rather short time, and ended up in the Environmental Ministry now. And I think it's my feeling that this is where we are going to stay. Yeah.
I think we've got to be slightly careful because, I mean, in one sense, of course it's good if culture and heritage are in the same ministry as the environment. I mean, it simply cannot be a bad thing. But we shouldn't forget that, you know, it's been that way in many countries in the past. In Hungary, it was that way in England. When I first started my profession, heritage was inside the Ministry of the Environment. The institutional envelope is important, but I think the word that I think is most important is a word that we heard at the beginning of this morning, which is interdisciplinarity. And if we work in an interdisciplinary sense, in one sense it doesn't matter where we're put. If we get that interdisciplinary understanding across, of course it helps in administration.
Mm.
I was surprised, Thor, because of this change. So I should confess, I will be not delighted if something happened in my country.
No.
Yeah, honestly, because we talk about environment. So everything is environment. Industry is also environment. The military bases is also environment. Should we put all these things under one umbrella? No. So it seems you have your hope. It's okay, and I wish you to succeed. But well, I'm skeptical, not because I'm an archaeologist, and okay, I mentioned. So my question is, do you see any threat because of this change you might be faced in the near future? Yeah. Well, it's too early, of course. It's quite recent, this change. But do you think about any threat? Because you mentioned we were before 1920. You were belong to different ministries. There are not so many tensions, a lot of tensions, and you give a good example, good communication, and now change politicians. Yeah. I don't know all these changes. So Hungary is a pretty good example during the last years. They are not for good. But it's maybe my personal experience. Maybe I'm too narrow-looked. Who knows? Thank you.
What are the threats?
Yeah, what I fear the most is that we lose our uniqueness and our heritage in a way. We evolved in a particular way, and if we can stay as a independent institution or agency under the Minister of Environment, I think that could be a fine way to do it. What I fear is that there will be further fusion. That can happen. And then we maybe lose this cultural part of us more even. So that is what I fear the most. I hope in Norway, for example, for many years now, they have been under the environment, the state antiquarian of Norway, and they have preserved their independence, and I hope that will be so in Iceland as well.
I just saw one more question from Michael, and then this is...
Yeah, thanks, Thor. It strikes me, though, and I'm pretty sure we're all the same, every election, heritage sits like a little puppy in a kennel hoping to find a good home. Yeah. And that home could be, depending on how our departments are set up. Yeah. And the Prime decisions, oh, we need another seat round cabinet, so we get them. And we sit there literally like a puppy in a kennel saying, oh, please, please. And that could be a big department with a big budget or a natural home with our natural heritage colleagues. But it strikes me that we need to future-proof, accepting that that's always going to happen, that we're going to be thrown around like a rag doll that nobody really wants, and find a home. And I suppose the point of us being here is to be inspired and come up with ideas. And the thought emerging in my own head now is why don't we get some ecologist or that and second them into our department, so that we sort of build up our own expertise and instead of relying on the hope that after the next election someone will be able to be friends with us.
Yeah, that's the good idea in chess. You make an attack rather than go to on the defensive side. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Thor.
Yeah, thanks.
We have all these analogies that we get out of these sessions. We will always feel like puppies in kennels after this. Okay. We'll move on to Anu Lilak from the National Heritage Board of Estonia. And actually, I think deals with similar kind of problems, again, in double legislation, both for nature and heritage, but you also have, I think, quite a positive message about how it can actually help. I hope. That's what, okay. We'll see. Okay, Anu.
Thank you. I'll try to find my PowerPoint. It is quite tricky. I didn't think it would be. Okay. Oh, brilliant. So I'm going to talk about our natural management and heritage management systems, which is, to be honest, quite similar to what we've heard so far. There's nothing revolutionary going on in Estonia, unfortunately, but we do have some nuances that might be helpful, maybe some new ideas, or maybe some places where you could give us some new ideas. Firstly, just a short glimpse about what our archaeology looks like. All those red dots are archaeological monuments that are listed. There's at least the same amount of archaeological sites that aren't listed at all, but we know them. And our Heritage Board doesn't own any land, which means that even though state owns quite a lot of monuments, we just manage them, we give out permits, we advise other state agencies, but we can't really do anything about that ourselves. And firstly, I'd like to start with our State Forest Management Centre, which is quite similar to what I heard yesterday about the one in Czech Republic. They do have a lot of land. All in all, even to my surprise, it's almost 1/5 of Estonia. They own 1/5 of Estonia. And they do have quite a lot of archaeology in their hands. And they do have many, many different tasks. One of them, and the main one, of course, is to sell the forest and plant new ones. But with all the money they get from selling the forest, they do have to help with natural management. They have quite a lot of educational programs. They are responsible for different nature trails, and also there are quite a lot of very long nature trails across Estonia, and they do have to sort of have some themes or topics about them. So they do put quite a lot of different sort of resting points and some information boards on those tracks. And for archaeology, it's quite good because they have a lot of archaeology. They managed it. Previous years, I've also talked about one of the large projects that actually our forestry agency, they had a project about how to enhance infrastructure on hill forts, because they do have quite a lot of them, as they are mostly in forests, and they did make them look a bit nicer to get nicer views. They do have infrastructure, so to some hill forts it is possible to have wheelchair access, for instance. And they do maintain all of the monuments they have, especially the sort of like the star monuments that quite a lot of people visit. And we don't have to deal with it, which is just perfect. And it's quite good as well that if they do have larger projects, they do ask archaeologists to know what to do better. How can we enhance this site even better than we have done that so far? So there is quite a lot of collaboration going on, although we would love to have an archaeologist working for them as well. So it does quite make sense to us. So far, they don't have any archaeologists on their payroll, just consultations. And as they do have quite a lot of archaeology, they do monitor the visits. It's not just because archaeology, they do have to give out reports, etc. But about a month ago, I did ask them how many people have visited archaeology recently. It's quite tricky because all of the things that are listed on the boards, they are archaeological monuments, mostly hill forts. And you can see that Kali complex site, there's a dwelling site. It is a meteorite crate, actually. It's a really nice lake. It's also, it's both an archaeological monument as well as a natural monument. And there is a sacred place. There is also iron workshop nearby. And for Kali, I'm quite sure that most of the people, they didn't go there to see archaeology, as well as with the sites at the bottom that are in Kursau, because I'm quite sure that if people, they went to Citra port and dwelling site, it's a very nice area in the coast of northern Estonia, and it's a very good place where to swim, and there you can have a rest, and there's a tiny house and you can have your tent there and listen to the sea. So and there is just one really, really tiny information board in the woods about archaeology. So I'm quite sure that most people, they don't even know that they have seen any archaeology when they go there. But the case for other places, I'm quite sure that there are still quite a lot of people who do not go there to see archaeology, but still they will get some experience about an archaeological experience, even though they wanted to see nature. So it is embedded in their natural education. It is maybe not much, but it's still there. So hopefully they will increase integrating archaeological sites to their nature trails and hikes. So all in all, this is a photo of quite a small stone. I'm not sure if you can identify the stone there. It is a sacred stone where there's sort of like a place where you could have put some things and some offerings in it. So that is how they usually look like on the nature trails. You have that trail, and there's a teeny tiny information board to tell you that, yes, this is archaeology, this means this and that in Estonian historical context. But I think, yes, that the most, the biggest problem for us at the moment is the same as everywhere else, that if natural heritage managers, as the State Forest Management Centre is, they don't see managing archaeology as managing our history or archaeology. They see that as part of a natural landscape, which is partly true because it is situated on the landscape. There is no doubt in that. But if promoting archaeology and our archaeological heritage would be a separate objective for them, it probably would be a bit better. But I said that quite a lot of those sites, even that I mentioned, they do have double protection. And even though State Forest Management Centre, they do manage the sites, they still have to ask for permits if they do some things on our monuments, both archaeological and natural monuments. And there's we also have our National Heritage Board, as well as Environment Agency or Environmental Board. So our Heritage Board, we do have our Heritage Conservation Act, and Environmental Board, they have their Nature Conservation Act. By essence, they are quite similar. Please do not destroy what we have listed. But the means in the laws, they are quite different. And I do have now a few examples about how this double protection sometimes has benefited us and sometimes it's not working out that well. So first, this is an area that is in northern Estonia. In the top, you can see with the red lines and the triangles, it's the natural protection. And the bottom one with the blue ones, it's heritage. And you can see that there are quite a lot of, here you got a stone, and here you got the same stone. There you have, it's a landscape conservation zone. There are quite a lot of single objects there as well. And here you got quite a lot of archaeology on the same area. It's not all the borders are exactly the same, but still there are quite a lot of areas that are protected under two different laws. So firstly, a very good example where there is that red is it's an old river valley. There still is a small river there. And there's also a fort, and the river valley, it is protected by Nature Conservation Act. And there is, with every listed natural monument, there is a very specific paper on how to take care of it, what you can do there, what are the special conditions on that specific monument. We don't have that for archaeology, especially the archaeology we have from the Soviet times and from like the old protected archaeology. And there is a hill fort as well as a stone fort that was built on the hill fort later. And when they started renewing these rules a few years ago, they contacted us in advance. And it turned out that the plan they had, it would have prohibited any archaeological excavations or any survey on the natural conservation area and also on archaeological monument, which is, I'm not sure if anyone would want to excavate there maybe in the next even 10 or 20 years, but still, we should still have the possibility to do surveys on archaeology. So we did go through all of those rules they were planning, and we did find a very good solution that archaeology is an exception, and archaeology is not anything like any excavation or quarrying by Earth's crust stack that apparently, since quite recently, our environmental board, they thought that archaeological excavations are something quite similar to quarrying, which is obviously not true. And also, as on that site, on the nature site, there are quite a lot of different flowers and other plants that are also protected. So that does mean if archaeologists go there, they still have to get a permit, firstly from Heritage Board because of their excavating, and also from the environmental agency because they have to make sure that at that place where the archaeologist wants to dig a hole, there aren't any species that they want to protect. And also there's a specific plan that if there are a few protective flowers in the exact site the archaeologist wants to excavate, they will gently remove these flowers to another area of the same landscape conservation area. So in my opinion, all the paperwork and all the cooperation with the paperwork, it did turn out quite well, even though we do have two different types of protection in at least one of the areas in this valley. But this is a very bad example. This is a hill fort also, and the blue thing around it is a settlement site. At the moment, we do have this settlement site is not going to be protected by Heritage Conservation Act. It is sort of under special protection at the moment because in 2015 they decided that this area, I'm going to show you the next photo of pictures, that the whole hill here is not, it's not enough for having a landscape conservation area because people have been quarrying there quite a lot. We are still not sure why people were able to quarry there because the area has been a landscape conservation area since the 50s. So it should be quite obvious that no one gives out any quarrying permissions. So they did revoke the natural protection because they just said that there's not enough left to protect. Luckily, the local authorities a few years later decided that, but we quite like the area and it is a recreational area. There are nature trails and there's people go skiing there in the wintertime. So it is the hill itself, or the sort of system of hills there, it is quite important for the locals. So the local authorities, they protected it themselves. And now they're in court with the people who want to extend the quarries, because there's one, you can see it here, and there's one that is partially active, and there's two that aren't active anymore. They're here. So they actually want to quarry most of the hill. And also in archaeological point of view, when we had a very nice, also a complex that we knew that people, they had the hill for here, they had the a settlement site probably somewhere over there. It was a complex, but the result, if they're going to quarry everything, even if our archaeological monument, the same hill fort that we have there, at the moment, it is a bit smaller. You can see that actually this is what we're aiming at with the hill fort, and that's something that we have at the moment. We're going to extend the borders a bit. This is not going to be anything, and this is an area that, by archaeological means, they could excavate, but they need archaeological survey beforehand, before excavating, because that is the area that we think there might be the dwelling site. And this is the area that they have currently under local natural protection. And at the moment, the people who want to continue quarrying, they have gone to court because of this. They don't think that it is legal to protect this site by Nature Conservation Act, because as our Ministry of Environment said, that there's not enough left to protect. So they think that whatever the local government says, it's not valid. So that's why we made some discussions and some preliminary survey on the areas that they want to take out from protection zones, and we can't really help them that much. We can just help them with maybe this bit here. So this is a very good example where the people who had some objectives to do some quarrying to gain some money from the land they own, to be honest, they found that at one point it was prohibited. For some reason, the quarrying went on, and at one point when it was all permitted, they used this time frame to get the process going, and now they are quite angry that we have taken this opportunity away from them once more. Therefore, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with it, but it has given us quite a lot of extra work to try and figure out what would be the best, because if in a few years' time we only have this bit left of the hill, that would just look weird, because hill fort is also a part of landscape, and that would be just plain land, and there's the hill fort, and around it there's just a quarried hole. It's not what we actually want, but we'll see how it goes. And then lastly, we do have those individual protected natural objects, which are just single objects such as trees, springs, etc. And they are quite often protected by our law as well as the Nature Conservation Act. In this case, I'm not entirely sure why which law would be better to protect them, firstly, and also why should we protect them with two laws, because these are two stone examples that they do have quite a lot of poles around them, which is, I don't know, it's not nice visually even. Because both of the laws, they state that we have to sort of put a stick next to it and tell people that this is protected. With the Heritage Conservation Act, there are some policies about that you can't really excavate around it without our permission. And also, usually, if we do have information that there could be archaeological cultural layer around it, then we ask them to do excavations beforehand. So that is good for archaeology if there might be some finds around it, because both of them, they're offering stones, so there might be some artifacts that have been left behind. But people usually, they do prefer to be under natural protection, because with the Natural Conservation Act, you do get 50% reduction from the land tax. Unfortunately, it's with the stones and trees and sources, it's not valid, because you get they're just dots on the map, and you get reduction only for the surface area of the monument, which that doesn't really help much. So I could see if there is a hill fort and they want to put extra protection layer on it as a natural protection site, then it is useful for the owner, because with archaeology you do not get any benefits, to be honest, from the state. You don't get tax reduction. We do give out people some money in if they do excavations. Then they can get some amounts of the cost back, but it's not much. But you don't get any tax reduction for that. So therefore, I can see that for larger areas, it might be useful for the owner to have a natural conservation zone on their land rather than archaeology. But for these stones and trees, it's just too much work, in my opinion, as well as we have to go there every 4 or 5 years to check whether the stone is still there and how the stone is doing, as well as the other people from the Environment Board. They go there as well and check, oh yes, the stone is still here. So it's quite a lot of people to make, sort of check. And also with permits, it's the same, that we both have to give out permits. So this is something that we should probably discuss a bit more with the Environmental Board. And the conclusions would be that we should have more discussions in between all those policymakers that we have. We should probably also ask some opinions from owners, because they are the people who have to deal with the heritage they have. But mostly, I can see places where the protections, they do complement each other, because with archaeology we can protect things that are underground, and we cannot protect flowers, we cannot protect fauna. So in some cases it is essential that we do have those two different protection zones and layers on the landscape. But there are definitely some sites where it doesn't make sense to have different protection zones. And also, I do hope that there will be more archaeologists hired in different environmental agencies, both in environmental agency itself as well as the Forest Management Center, because I can see that they would benefit from it, because at the moment it is annoying to go, and every single time you have a monument, to go and ask National Heritage Board, and then they will send you an archaeologist, and that is it's not a lengthy process, but it's still a process. If they had at least one archaeologist inside their house, it would be so much easier. So I do hope that archaeologists sort of spread around in different agencies and do the work there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Another brilliant examples for us all. Who would like to pose a question to Anna? Yes, Bernie, I'll give you mine.
Thank you. I may be wrong, but I think you're the first person who's raised the issue of a tension between national government and local government. And I was just interested to really raise it as a point in the room about whether other people have encountered there's a tension there between management. We've been talking about cultural and natural agencies as a sort of parallel, but this one's a sort of local to regional to national. And just a suggestion to change the name of the stone to the Stone of the Three Administrators rather than the Four Kings.
I'm not entirely sure if I haven't heard of many of those different level conflicts. There definitely are a few, but the truth is that the Natural Conservation Act, it does the categories are a bit different for state protection and the local protection. So it definitely the site really didn't. It didn't have enough land left to be protected by state, but as on local level, there is also the usage, and the local community has more sort of, they can decide quite a bit more if it's an important recreation and natural area for the locals, even though it's half quarried, it's still valid for local protection, but not for state protection. So, yeah.
So that's from a nature point of view, but if you look at it from a heritage point of view, I was actually wondering why it was never protected under the Heritage Act.
Because, I forgot to mention that we thought it wasn't needed because we thought that the settlement site, it was on the nature conservation area, and people are not going to excavate there they're not going to quarry it because it's protected under the law. So there was no point of having our own process. And now we've had to do all of that really quickly. So in some cases, I suppose that if we really, really want to preserve a place, then it would be better to have it protected under our sort of own law to be able to manage it. But I don't think this is how it should be. Mm-hmm. We should communicate and say, I quite like the Albanian opportunity that you can have that board that does have quite a lot of different specialists, and it is protected as one big zone, but it does have quite a lot of different values. That would be the solution, but we don't have that at the moment.
Oh, that's a really good one. I see a question. Oh, Jen is already there. Yeah.
Just in terms of those protection measures then that apply to the site, is there a further set of protections that would go with spatial planning, or
partially, yes?
So there's potentially another series of permits or approvals, and then where you get the double designation or triple designations that go on, who ultimately is the decision maker?
All of them. It means that we have 2 or 3 decision makers. Yeah, but the we do have those planning. People are doing quite a lot of planning in the counties at the moment because we did have some reforms, and we can sort of try and tell them what is important for them, what we think might be important for them, but they don't have to take all of it. So they pick out what they like. They quite like our input, but they do pick some bits and pieces that they prefer. So they don't take all what we tell them.
Okay. One more question. Yeah.
Thank you. It's. I was wondering if it's really a good idea. Of course, we all know archaeologists can do everything, so they also can work in a forest agency and they can work in a natural conservation agency. But is it really a good idea from point of view of the heritage management agency? Because I fear if we have our colleagues everywhere, it's good in a way, but in another way, it's maybe also difficult if the forest agency says, oh, we have our own archaeologists, we don't need you as heritage management. So this is maybe, of course, it is much more easier to discuss with the colleagues then, because you have a colleague who knows our profession. But it won't stop, or the need for discussion will still be there. And it should not be go in a direction that a forest agency or whoever works on his own because they say, we have our own archaeologists, everything is all right. This is, I'm wondering if it's maybe also a threat to the heritage management.
Yeah, that is actually true. That if there are quite a lot of sort of like lone archaeologists in different companies, then we sort of lose control of what's going on in there. But at the same time, at least for Estonia, we're quite lucky in that way that we only have maybe 50 to 70 active archaeologists. So we know all of them and we do communicate with them quite a lot. So I suppose it's, for us, it would be easier to communicate with archaeologists who are working in those different companies because they can give us also information from the company's point of view. But I suppose if there were more archaeologists, that might not work as well. And also with permits, because if they want to do any kind of work, they still have to apply for permits to us. And that's one of the tasks that I don't think that anyone is going to take from us.
Okay, thank you. I think we, given the time, have to move on. Thank you so much, Hanna. Okay. Then we go for another online presentation by Christine Wolvaert. I saw her earlier. I think she's online. Hi. Christine is of the State Service for Archaeological Heritage in the Rhineland in Germany. And she will tell us a little bit more about a large-scale nature conservation project, which is called Chance Nature. I don't know. You will tell us later. And more precisely about, within that project, an archaeological heritage project that means to implement the interests of the protection of cultural assets within that framework of large-scale nature conservation. So that's interesting. It's another take on what we've been talking about. So, Christine, the floor is for you.
Thank you. I try to share the screen. Okay. I hope everyone can see. So I'll tell something about reconciling the protection of nature and monuments, large-scale nature conservation project between Siebengebirge and the Sieg. The Federal Environment Ministry has declared the landscape between the Rhine and the Westerwald, which is unique in Germany, a large-scale nature conservation project, in order to protect it permanently. With the support of the state of Northern Westphalia, the federal government is promoting the project Natural and Cultural Landscape between the Siebengebirge in the west of the project area, the Bleiser Hills, Leuschat Forest, and Sieg Valley in the east. The main tasks of the founding program, Chance Nature, Chance Nature, are to preserve important natural and cultural landscapes in the long term and to develop them sustainably. Since December 2010, the Rhine-Sieg district has benefited from this funding program for the large-scale nature conservation project. It's to the east of Bonn. The project area for more than 10,000 hectares in the North Rhine districts affects 6 municipalities. As a first step, the nature conservation project Chance 7 was to draw up a maintenance and development plan by mid-2013. This plan of measures was to determine in detail what exactly is to be implemented in the supervised area over the following 10 years as a second step. This means the course for future cultural landscape development of this region in the coming decades. Large parts of the area are contiguous and thus meet the overarching goal of biotope networking. In addition to the networking and maintenance of these habitats, the aim is also to achieve the spread of site-appropriate plants and animals. Concrete measures were planned especially for vineyard fallows, quarries, orchards, extensively used grassland, heaths and wet meadows in the valleys, as well as for the promotion of forest conversion and natural forest development. Different tools for the implementation of the measures can be funded, such as land consolidation, land acquisition, or conversion measures of still nature protected areas as a state forest in the Siebengebirge, one of the oldest nature conservation area of Germany. The participation is on a voluntary basis for regional stakeholders, nature conservation associations active in the 6 towns and municipalities of the project area, representatives of agriculture and forestry. Primarily, the focus has been on environmental protection. It is a task of the LVR State Service for Archaeological Heritage in the Rhineland to take the topic of archaeology according to the EAA environmental impact assessment into account. The LVR office supports the district and the municipality with an own archaeological heritage project to implement the interests of the protection of cultural assets within the framework of the large-scale nature conservation. This was funded for 2 years by the DBU, the German Federal Environmental Foundation, from December 2011 to December 2013. The goal of this project is a close cooperation between preservationists of nature as well as of cultural heritage to integrate the cultural landscape and, above all, the cultural assets into the overall process to ensure that its valorization is compatible with nature and monuments, and to protect them from environmental influences. With methods such as the large-scale evaluation of LiDAR maps and of the forest areas, the detailed evaluation of erosion and area maps, as well as historical and modern sources such as archive data, literature, images, and maps, the cultural landscape is analyzed in the run-up to the fieldwork. Many of today's well-preserved monuments in the forest, mainly in the Siebengebirge and Leuchert, should be included in the planning of measures as prehistoric hilltop, medieval and modern hilltops and lowland castles, the Heisterbach Monastery, and also mills and hammer mills, as well as cultural landscape relics as countryways, Hohlwege, sunken roads, abandoned quarries, mines, vineyard terraces, and pits, charcoal burner sites, slag heaps, and trenches. So, as you see, the landscape shaped by mining and metalworking as well as by agricultural use. These cultural assets are increasingly endangered by climate change, extreme weather events as wind breakage during storms or heavy rain events. but also, since not sufficiently known, by recreational sports activities and the use of modern timber harvesting equipment. According to erosion mapping by the Geological Survey, the majority of the project area is at very high risk of erosion and silting up of the stream valleys. These factors are largely anthropogenic, the human impact. In addition to the preserved monuments in the forest, countless other archaeological sites, which are buried and therefore no longer visible, have been severely impaired and endangered by a wide variety of influences. Most of these are located in the fertile areas of the Placer Hills and Windecker land, where arable land have been intensively formed since the Middle Ages from around 1000 BC onwards. Using 2 sample objects from each of the different management areas, forest, arable land, and grassland, various prospection methods are used to investigate the increasing risk of erosion to the cultural assets. Supplementary evaluations and surveys of cultural landscape relics in the forest and grassland, as well as archaeological surveys, soil research, geophysical investigation, and trial trenches have been used to specifically determine the risk of erosion and the preservation of the monument substance in the various landscape areas. The detailed investigations are coordinated with the farmers and foresters on a voluntary basis. These investigations are supported by volunteers, collectors, and archaeology students from the University of Bonn. In the following slides, I will present some examples. The first example is in grassland. Here, scientific investigation, magnetics and boreholes confirmed the well preservation for the lowland castle Niederbleis. The castle, about 10 meters high, about 2 meters high, is heaped up from the excavation material of the ditch and the surrounding material from the west. Here, more high flood loam was added. From the east, sandier material from the colon layers. This division of the location of the lowland castle directly corresponds on the boundary of these 2 geological units. On the slope to the east of the monument, water emerges from a spring horizon. The magnetics show some features, maybe pits or relics of the castle foundation. And you can also see the water ditch as well in the magnetics, terrain map, as well as the aerial photo. The next example are the investigations on an archaeological site in arable land in the Placer Hills. The result of the survey and high erosion is mapped. Prehistoric and medieval finds spread on the hilltop in the east and the slope to the old ditch. In the trial trenches, no archaeological feature was found. The soil profile approach on the smaller parcel confirmed the erosion on the hilltop and a colluvium downslope to the ditch. So maybe the finds are the last signs of the former prehistoric settlement on the hilltop. One example for the forest. In the Leuschert forest, some parts of the medieval early to early modern Landwehr territorial boundary are preserved. The structures of the wall ditch system rampart were identified in the laser scan and on the colored map, historic map from 1593. Here, the boundary line is drawn and described, so the monument was found in the field and the cultural protection followed. At another section you see in the laser scan of the boundary, a profile was made along a forest path. It shows the structure of the boundary with ditch, earthwall, and former cultivated farm or grassland, a proof for the open countryside. Good conservation conditions of the earth monument could be identified due to the relief position in the weakly sloping terrain and the small catchment area size due to the proximity to the local watershed. The results of the specialist data are processed in a geographical information system, and interesting cultural assets are made accessible to the public via KulaDig, Cultural Landscape Digital and Internet-based Information System. Concrete implementation recommendations for the integration of the cultural assets into the maintenance and development plan of the nature conservation project Chance 7, as well as the digital data, are continuously exchanged between the stakeholders. The planning office Grundmai and the project office Chance 7, as well as to the foresters in the sense of environmental communication and to reduce obstacles in the cooperation. Here I show you some examples for a concrete recommendation. You see here the monument of silver and lead mining relicts from Iron Age to modern times with an early Roman ring ditch outside the Roman Empire in the Germanic region. First, here was a flagship project for the conversion of forest into heathland with grazing plant. Due to heavy metal pollution, the plan was abandoned. Now, this monument is a mountain archaeological research area by the LVR office in cooperation with the University of Bonn. And new results of these early Roman structures in the Bavarian are very exciting. Of course, a project report, a catalogue of measurement for each preserved monument with recommendations, as well as a comprehensive appendix with scientific reports and public relations work was produced. Supplementary an exhibition of 2 locations, and in progress, a guided tour to 5 archaeological monuments in the Siebengebirge were presented by the LVR office. On the basis of criteria that corresponds to utilization and protection requirements, holistic, sustainable guidelines for the conservation of cultural assets are being developed that reconcile the interests of farmers and foresters working in the project area in particular, as well as those of nature conservation and cultural asset protection. You see here there were recommendations for large-scale nature conservation projects, so they should early integrate the concerns of cultural heritage protection into their evaluation. Best of, they would do a cultural historical report before. For agriculture, they should remove areas with archaeological monuments from the traditional agricultural use in the long term to conserve the sites, or no cattle grazing on archaeological monuments preserved above ground, and so on. So I will show you now some examples of the implementation phase since 2050. Now the measures of the maintenance and development plan have been implemented, and would like to briefly share some impressions and comments on the transformation and redesign of the cultural landscape. The first slide is for the transformation, renaturation of historic or modern water bodies as fish ponds. Here, the historic fish ponds of the monastery Hristova, which was transformed into a biotope. Other fish ponds were transformed for amphibian water bodies. The conversion to heathland is another point. Historic mapped heathland, which was drained in the 20th century for grassland use, won't be large-scale transformed. But in some present-day forest areas, former heathland sites will be transformed into heathland again. With methods. So first, there had to be a deforestation and then the leaching of the soil to install a heath landscape with spread of site-appropriate plants and animals. This is not the best form for our archaeological sites. A good example for the cooperative work hand in hand between nature conservation measurements and cultural asset protection is, according to the recommendation, to clear and keep open cultural assets from damaging plants here in front of the vineyard terraces. In progress, and with view to climate change, in particular, spruce dying, my colleagues Eva Kott and Alexander Kisslinger are working out archaeological management strategies for the climate resilient forest conversion, a cooperation between the State Forest and the L4R office. On this slide, you can see an example. This is an Iron Age hilltop fortification in the Leutzscheit forest in the project area, which is analyzed. Maybe it could be that to develop the monument area into an archaeotope in close coordination with forestry and nature conservation. So the cooperation will be continued for synergy effects by linking the different protection requirements. The results of the project clearly show how the use of anthropogenic interventions in the landscape are connected with the spread of certain animal and plant species, biodiversity. Only some aspects of the project could be presented here. Further information on the legal background and funding opportunities according to the EU directives and the detailed guidelines you will find on our homepage with a link to the online library of the DBU. Here you can download the project report. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christine. I think we are now all looking at a project that actually did work and that we can learn a lot from. So I think there will be a lot of downloads from your paper.
Thank you.
Any questions for Christine? Yes, Barney.
Thank you, Christine, and congratulations on the ambition shown by that project. I didn't quite catch how you managed to map the erosion. Could you explain that? The erosion map of the large-scale area. I wasn't quite sure how you got that heat map of the erosion.
The erosion map is done by the geological department. It's not from our department. So we have a cooperation with them, and they gave us the erosion map. Maybe I had not quite understand what you meant.
That's exactly what I was after. I was really interested to see how many agencies were collaborating on building that map up. So that's exactly the right answer for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for Christine? Looking around the room now. Christine, why is this? It feels like a giant success, actually. What you're doing. What's the main factor in making this? I mean, is it the fact that you've done it from the first start, or what makes it work so well?
Yes. Maybe we wanted to integrate the archaeological, and we had a good connection to the project management of the nature conservation project. In the beginning, they asked for our archaeological information for the project area, and so we came into speak, and I had the idea to make a short project parallel to the to the first step, the development plan to integrate our archaeological and cultural relicts. And it was a lot of work, that's right. And the implementation phase is only accompanied by meetings in the steering group and some actions in the field, but we don't have much time to do all the work. It would have be
always be better if you have more people.
Yes, of course. I think all of us.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Nobody else has a question for... Oh, there's another one in the room. Yes, Rachel.
Thank you for sharing an example of such a successful collaboration. And I think building on your comment about how much work and how much effort clearly went into this, I'm wondering if you have any insights or advice for how to scale this up. So if you imagine doing this on more projects and more regions, especially given that as much as we would like resource to be infinite, it isn't. So I'm just wondering if you have any wisdom for us about this.
I guess it's the same as Anna told. It would be good if in the ministry the cultural archaeology could be installed also, because we have two different ministries, the environmental ministry and the heritage ministry, and often they don't cooperate in things. It would be easier. And my advice for other large-scale conservation project was to take an colleague in archaeology in the planning phase, maybe the planning offices for environmental, they have contract archaeological also.
We also have a question online from Iceland, I think. That's what you said, yeah.
Yes, actually, it wasn't a question for this. It was just a remark from the earlier paper, which
okay.
So I can bring that out when we finished here.
Okay, well, then we'll wait if anybody else has a question for Christine now. No? Okay, thank you, Christine.
Thank you too.
Okay, then Jenny will read the comment to us.
Oh, I'll just read it out then.
Yeah. I didn't see it. Yeah.
Christine just wanted to say, in response to the questions about that paper, that perhaps Thor could, that the move to a smaller ministry might actually be of benefit.
Is there anything you can comment on that, Thor? You probably...
Yeah. I just agree with that. We were in a ministry that had both the education and culture, so we were just a small little piece in that ministry. Now we have actually moved to a ministry where we have people that are really interested in what we are doing. So I think this is a very big plus.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think it's time for a small break. We'll be back at 3:30. Is there anything I need to say about that? No? Same place for the coffee. I don't know if everybody heard that. Okay. Okay, everybody's coming in. Just waiting for everybody to have taken a seat and we can start and have our full attention for Sandra. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I see a tension of making the breaks longer as the day progresses, which I can perfectly understand. But we have two fantastic speakers still to go, so let's give them our full attention, and we'll have all our talks after these two. Okay, so. We start again with a presentation from Sandra Zierna and Egita Lushenev, both from the National Heritage Board of Latvia. And Sandra will be presenting, but I know that you both made, or Egita made the presentation, so, but I'm sure it's going to be fine. And you will tell us about the unified preservation of archaeological and natural values and experience of Latvia, and 2 case studies, so looking forward to that. There you go.
My colleague is unable to participate. Yes, I have to find my. Oh, sorry. This is previous. Oh, this is the one. Okay. Will be 15. Mm-hmm. And how you can push on. Oh, yeah? This. Oh, what do you see? In the relatively small territory of Latvia, there are more than 600 specially protected nature territories. These are geographical areas that are under special state-level protection in order to preserve and maintain biodiversity of nature. Like to Estonia, in Latvia also, environmental protection policy generally is responsibility of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development of the Republic of Latvia. One of the institutions of the ministry is a Nature Conservation Agency, which ensures implementation of unified nature protection policy. According to the law on specially protected nature territories, such areas are strict nature reserves, national parks, biosphere reserves, nature parks, natural monuments, marine protected areas, and also protected landscape areas. Since 2004, Latvia has established also its share in the network Natura 2000. It was made up of already existing specially protected nature areas and another 122 new sites. By the beginning of 2020, a significant number of large trees and large stones had also been registered as nature monuments, as a result of which the total number of natural monuments has significantly increased to more than 10,000. At the same time, there are more than 2,000 listed archaeological sites in Latvia. The Ministry of Culture is responsible for the preservation and protection of cultural monuments, including archaeological sites. Public administration in this field is implemented by the National Heritage Board, which is under supervision of the Ministry of Culture. Many archaeological monuments are located in natural areas. Sometimes, like to Estonia, a single natural monument such as tree or stone is also an archaeological monument, most often an ancient sacred site, as evidenced by archaeological excavations and written sources. For example, one big stone, I hope that it's bigger than yours in your presentation. This large stone is located in the central part of Latvia and is a nature and archaeological monument. It's a double protection. Height of the stone is 3 meters, circumference about nearly to 15 meters. On the surface of the stone there is a hollow, which is one of the largest carvings of this type in Latvia. The stone was known as a holy place already in 18th century when it was described. In 1970s, small testing excavations were carried out of the stone. And on the northern side were discovered reddish burnt clay area around which were ashes and charcoal remains. And also were found pieces of ceramics that shows that it actually was a place where was some rituals practiced. But especially protected nature territories have a different protection and management regimes and general regulations defined in the law on specially protected nature territories. The preservation and protection of cultural monuments is regulated by our law on protection of cultural monuments, and special management plans are developed for areas with nature values. It's according to the regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers. And in these plans also have been included sections on cultural and historical values, but they are sometimes of a purely formal nature, and I think that it depends from persons who working out these plans. Considering that the preservation of natural and cultural values in Latvia is the responsibility of the institutions subordinate to the two different ministries, it is important to find a common model of cooperation between them at different levels, not only in legislations, but in different levels in different contexts. And how it's implemented in practice, I want to show in this presentation, looking at one region in the northwestern part of Latvia, where significant archaeological monuments are located in protected nature areas, such as Hristova Nature Reserve and Slitere National Park. Hristova Nature Reserve is the oldest nature reserve in Latvia that was established in 1912. The territory of Hristova Nature Reserve includes 2 islands and Bay of Lake Usma and consists of boreal, mixed broadleaf and oak old growth forest as well as swamps. Hristova has a very rich flora and fauna, and with a lot of species of animals and plants. The total area of the reserve is 818 hectares. It is one of the last places that people have not changed or have changed a little. There, more than 200 years, human commercial activity has not been allowed. It is a strict nature reserve because entry into reserve is prohibited except for scientific purposes. And the only ones who don't follow these rules are wild boar. In picture you see it is an archaeological site after the visiting wild boars. In the territory of the reserve there is situated a Mesolithic settlement, which is a state-protected archaeological monument. The settlement has been known since the beginning of the 20th century. In 1905, the forester's house, the first and the only house, was built in Hristova. Until then, the island was not inhabited. The first information about artifact findings were from 1926, when the son of forester, while digging potatoes, found a stone axe and flint knife. In later years, some Stone Age artifacts also were found in this area. Archaeological excavations in the settlement were carried out by archaeologists Evalds Mugurevich in 1978 and Ilga Zagorska in 2004. And findings undoubtedly show that there is a Mesolithic settlement in the area near the house. It should be noted that many Stone Age artifacts, especially different types of bone spearheads, also stone axes, were found in other places near the coasts of Lake Usma. And the protection of this settlement is mainly influenced and affected by natural conditions, as nature protection regulations don't allow human activity here. Another important territory in northwestern part of Latvia is a Slitere National Park. It was historically established as a Slitere National Monument in 1923 as a protected natural beauty in an area of 1,100 hectares. National Park formally established in 2000. It shows the historical development of the Baltic Sea. Nowadays, evidence of geological events is seen in the blue hills of Slitere, which stand 20 to 30 meters higher above what was the shore of the Baltic ice lake 10,000 years ago. These are Latvia's oldest sediment cliffs, blue hills, that can be seen above ground. The total length of the Blue Hills is 20 kilometers. About 9 kilometers of them is located in Slitere National Park. On the edge of the steep slope of Blue Hills, about 5 kilometers off the Baltic Sea coastline, is located Slitere Lighthouse, which lights at present are switched off, but it is adapted for tourists. The tower of the lighthouse is 26 meters high, and this is state-protected industrial monument, also included in the list. According to Slitere National Park law, the area of the park is currently more than 16,000 hectares of land and more than 10,000 hectares of sea waters. The territory of park is divided into 5 functional zones with different maintenance regimes, such as strict regime, regulated, nature reserve areas, landscape protection zone, and neutral zone, which actually is a coastal villages. The strict regime zone is designed to preserve areas untouched by human activity, a little modified where the development of natural processes is not disturbed. It also fully ensures the preservation of the archaeological monuments located here. It's not much archaeological monuments identified in this territory, and it is not easy to find them in nature, and walk is not easy because it's a strict regime zone, but the people who are walking in this territory, managers of nature, they always help, and they also know all these places, and we're trying to change the information and consulting each other. The situation is similar in the areas of nature parks. The territories of the regulated regime is not interesting for archaeologists because there is no archaeological evidence is identified yet, but this regulated regime territories is designed to preserve several bogs where the development of natural processes is not hindered. The landscape protection zone has been established to preserve the landscape and biological diversity of coastal forests, and also according to the special law of Slitere National Reserve. This territory is designed to protect the cultural environment characteristic of northern Kurland, as well as to ensure the preservation of an environmental suitable for recreation and tourism, and the use of nature-friendly management methods. In picture you see Cape Kolka, northernmost point of the Kurland Peninsula. That belongs to this landscape area. Its ancient name, Domesnes, was first mentioned on the Mervala runestone in Sweden around at the beginning of 11th century. The shelf of Cape Kolka stretches into the sea for 6 kilometers. The seacoast landscape of Latvia is included in the Latvia's cultural canon, which does not impose legal obligations, but highlights the landscape as a value. Landscape protection zone also includes neutral regime areas. The neutral zone is designed to promote the sustainable development of populated areas, as well as to ensure the maintenance and development of transport infrastructure facilities. The requirements for the protection of cultural monuments and environment are mainly determined by the regulatory framework for the preservation of cultural heritage, because all these small villages where are located archaeological monuments, medieval small historical cemeteries, these villages also is architectural monuments. And in these areas, I think that not enough nature protective regulatory framework. It's not enough for balance territorial development plans, because it is near the sea, very nice place, and the people want to build a lot of houses for the rest, and the landscape are changed during last years dramatically. Part of Slitere National Park belongs to the cultural and historical territory, the Livonian coast. This territory involves a series of shoreline villages along the shores of the Baltic Sea and the Bay of Riga. Livonians are the indigenous population of Latvia, ethnic groups that belongs to the Finno-Ugric speaking people. And this is especially culture, and they designed territory where they lives in the past, and the area in which they lived the longest was on the shores of the Baltic Sea. The live language and cultural values are also part of Latvia's canon of culture. In this territory, to the southeast of the Slitere National Park, there is a nature reserve and Natura 2000 territory, which includes 3 white dune exposures. The largest is called the White Dune. This is an archaeologically very important area, as there are several Stone Age settlements. The dune settlements of northern Kurzem are known from 1934, when geologists examined exposures along the bank of the Pilsupīte Channel. The Neolithic dune dwellings of Purciems lie in a belt, revoked dunes between the Litorina Sea shoreline and the shoreline of the Jipka Lagoon, the later Paleo Lake. As the dwelling sites are located right next to the old fishermen's village of Purciems, they were named after the village. Archaeological fieldwork began here in 1936, when archaeologist Edward Sturms cleaned the outcropping profile and discovered 6 dwellings. Dwellings were made in dune sands, both on flat ground and in small natural or excavated pits. It's believed that this was a short-term seasonal settlement. People came here for certain fishing and hunting periods. When the settlement was left for a longer time, it was covered with dune sand, thus creating several levels of cultural layer. The most important discoveries were made in one dwelling, dwelling C. The pottery and artifacts, flint and stone artifacts, amber ornaments from this dwelling indicate that it belongs to the local Middle Neolithic culture. In the lower layer of this dwelling, 3 anthropomorphic clay figurines, 1 almost intact figurine and 2 broken off heads figurines were found, which were the first finds of this kind. Later, Edward Sturms published paper on the results of the excavations, and the paper devoted to the clay figurines in particular. Further research was stopped by the Second World War and Soviet occupation. For 50 years, the part of the Western Latvia, the shoreline of the Baltic Sea, was under strong restrictions because it was the western border of the Soviet Union. And it was closed territory for visitors. Only some local people staying lived here. But in a way, the closed area ensured the preservation of both the archaeological heritage and natural values, because all this Soviet military infrastructure was built closer to the sea. This was the open area, and they were not interesting, lived in all areas, in all territory which was closed. And archaeological excavation in northern part Kurzeme resumed in 1990s, when our famous Stone Age archaeologist Ilze Loze started to walk there. She observed the situation of a Purcems settlement and found 2 new Neolithic settlements, Jipka A and Jipka B. And the settlement Jipka B lay by the shore of the Paleo Lake, in the lee of the revoked dunes, protected from the sea winds. It's only 300 meters south from the Purcems settlement, and according to Ilze Loze, it was the base camp inhabited all year round. The settlement of Jipka lies around 150 meters to the southeast from the Purcems settlement, located on a narrow belt of revoked dunes between the shore of the Litorina Sea and the Jipka Lagoon, later Paula Lake. The pottery obtained here belongs to the late phase of the Middle Neolithic, typical for Scandinavia, typical for Neolithic sites in Gotland. Ilze Loze believes the Jipka settlement was seasonal site for rituals. And I want to say that this Pilsupita channel was dug in the 19th century for connecting Baltic Sea waters with inland waters and for shipping. And it was caused erosion of the white dunes. And I want to finish my presentation with a good example how we, together with nature people, with nature managers and with local authorities and also National Heritage Board and archaeologists, decided how to prevent this erosion of white dunes, because it's very long and about 20 meters at height, and here are located these Stone Age settlements. And then we decided a simple solution. Along the slopes of the lower reaches of Pilsupe, a wooden trail has been built for visitors, which reveals the site of 3 white dune exposures. The trail is 900 meters long, the white dune is about 20 meters high, and this protects both white dunes, settlements from erosion. It allows tourists visits in this place, and actually it's not cheap to maintain this wooden trail, but this is in the care of Natural Protection Agency, and they always consulted with us and trying to register. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on. Okay, please stay with the microphone for us for a little bit more so we can ask questions if there are any in the room. who would like to ask a question about this presentation? Nobody? Okay. Well, I do. Because I was wondering, because you were talking about all these areas of nature preservation, and some are very strict and then some are less strict, and these do not always coincide with the amount of archaeological sites that are there. But I was wondering, does this strict nature preservation also mean that as an archaeologist you can't do the preservation of the archaeological sites, or is this not the same?
The same, because I know that there are state-protected archaeological monuments. All monuments are mapping on the maps, and they know about all rules, and it's a complex protection.
Okay, but if you would like to do research as an archaeologist, can you go there, or you can't?
Then we have a discussion about the flora and fauna at this time when we want to excavate, and about wild boars when they will visit it, and is it safe for us? But it's possible, yes, of course. But we have to this coordinate with nature agency.
Okay. But there's a good cooperation there.
I think yes, it's
okay. Well, perfect. Thank you. Yes, there's another question there.
Yeah, just one question. You mentioned the wild boars again on a Mesolithic site. Maybe I didn't get it, but do you have any protection measures against wild boars for a Mesolithic site? So
no,
there is an option, of course.
They go to this island when the lake is covered by ice in winter, or I have a picture when these boars swim to this island.
Oh well!
But I could not find this picture. They swim because there are the growth of old oaks, and I think it's not possible to prevent from wild boars.
The problem of inventive wild boars.
But they leave this place. They eat what they want and leave. It's not.
Anyone else? No? Okay, well, thank you so much, André. Okay, then we move on to the last speaker of today, Leonard. And I think you will take us more into international law, but also to the present situation, if I'm not mistaken. So please, come here.
Okay. Last one to go. Please pay attention. My lecture is about international law, and I thank everybody who helped me during these 2 days with this lecture, and I try to make it a bit interesting. And I had a problem structuring this lecture. I thought, well, I can do this, but I had problems. And eventually I found a structure, 3 moments in time, in the life of Leonard de Witt, key moments, I would say. And one of these moments was 2 days ago. I came one day earlier to Vienna, to fulfill a long felt wish. I wanted to go to the military museum, the Heeresgeschichtliches Museum, and see these remains. What you see is the uniform of Franz Ferdinand with a bullet hole in it, and the car, and I saw the pistol, Gavrilo Principe, used, and this triggered World War I. So, and yeah. I'm fascinated by this event, and it's all there. And you is no way in getting closer to a historical event than being with these artifacts. So that was why I came early. But something happened to me in that museum. This I saw also. And then I went on through the museums, and I came along the 30 Years' War. I came along the Spanish Succession War. I came along the Napoleonic War. I came along the Civil War of Hungary in the midst of the 19th century, and the Prussian-Austrian War, and the Balkan War, and World War I and World War II. And I got a bit depressed. Well, I thought I better pay attention to this. So when I talk about, and all these wars actually triggered international law. It triggered peace treaties. For instance, after 30 Years' War, we had the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648. Then we had the Peace of Utrecht, 1713. We had the Congress of Vienna over here in 1815. We had the Peace of Versailles. And after World War II, we did things a little bit different. I got the impression that humankind even learned something. And I want to go back to that moment and start my talk about international law. Even during the war, World War II, in the early spring of 1945, many nations gathered in San Francisco to give rise to the United Nations. The idea was formed that an international organization was needed for the education and cultural cooperation. No time was wasted. As early as November 1945, the United Nations Educational and Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, was founded in London. Prime Minister Clement Attlee used in his speech to the founding convention these words: the peoples of the world are islands shouting at each other over seas of misunderstanding. And another quote of Attlee even made it to the preamble of the Constitution of UNESCO. Since war begins in the minds of people, it's in the minds of people that the defense of peace must be constructed. UNESCO was created in order to respond to the firm belief of nations forged by two world wars in less than a generation that political agreements are not enough to build lasting peace. Peace must be established on the basis of humanity's morale and intellectual solidarity. There is a need to cooperate on subjects like education, science, heritage, culture, nature. That is UNESCO. Council of Europe. Another event took place in the next year. 1946, a well-known British leader of the Conservative Party held a famous speech to the academic youth of the University of Zurich. This is what he said: "There's a remedy which would, in a few years, make all Europe free and happy. It is to recreate the European family as much as we can and to provide it with a structure under which it can dwell in peace, in safety, and in freedom. We must build a kind of United States of Europe. The first step is to form a Council of Europe." Think of it, it's the same Winston Churchill who had nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. This idea was brought further through the Conference of The Hague, 1948, chaired by Churchill, and he stated, "We cannot aim at anything less than the Union as Europe as a whole, and we look forward with confidence to the day that this will be achieved." And until this day, the Council of Europe tried to be a force of good on this continent, valuing human rights, rule of law, and democracy. European Union. Let us not forget this other post-war organization. At the initiative of France, Schuman, Monnet, and Germany, Adenauer, we entered into a long process towards connecting economics of the European nations. The European Coal and Steel Community was formed in 1951 by 6 European countries to regulate their industrial production under a centralized authority. The ECSE was the first international organization to be based on the principle of supranationalism. Voluntarily, nations handed over a piece of their sovereign powers to an international organization for the benefit of all, unless, of course, you want to take back control. The ECSC was first proposed by the foreign minister Robert Schuman as a way to prevent further war between France and Germany. He declared his aim was to make war not only unthinkable, but materially impossible. I think he achieved this goal. He achieved it. It's not possible having Germany and France go to war again. Dear friends, the international treaties for the protection of heritage and nature are rooted in this post-war desire to form an international community based on certain values. The institution that resulted from this still form our home base, still form the home base of these treaties to this day. Important conventions for the protection of heritage and nature have been concluded via the UN, especially UNESCO, Council of Europe, and the EU is very dominant in the field of nature protection in a different way for the heritage. I will go further into that. But it can do no harm as an introduction to this subject by reminding us all that these are rooted in a deeply felt desire for peace. Dear friends of EAC, let us not forget, when we have discussions over the implementation of the Valletta Convention, the Faro Convention, the World Heritage Convention, etc., we have to remember that we are actually part of a peace project that transcends the values of heritage care. Let our international cooperation be a force of good in this world. I think this needed to be said at this moment. And this I realized last Tuesday in the Military Museum. And this is on the museum, and I took a picture to show it to you. That was my introduction. Another date. I go back in time. Once I was employed at the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature Protection and Fisheries. Started my career in fisheries. A lot of fish came by these 2 days, so felt comfortable with that. And but my main job in the beginning of the 90s was implementing international rules for nature protection. So when I received the mail from Andreas, I thought, well, my whole career has been leading up to this moment. I have to perform now. So I sent in my abstract, not knowing what was to happen in Europe. And I just, these are 2 dates. The 21st of May 1992 was the day that the EU decided on the Habitat Directive, and after 10 years of negotiations, we achieved that goal, and it was my job to implement that in regulations. And only 3 weeks after that, and I didn't know it was coming, but it fell out of thin air, was the UN Treaty for the Biodiversity. And that came on my office and say, well, see, what is this? See, what can you do with it? And I thought, oh, another treaty. But I underestimated the treaty because it has been ratified by 97, I must say, countries, and there are only 3 countries not ratifying it. That is the Vatican, Andorra, and the United States of America. But that was my job, implementing these treaties. And now it's going to be a little bit boring. I will try to make that up to you later on, but I'm just going to mention what kind of treaties there are. These are the UN conventions for the protection of nature, and the two on the top, they're UNESCO treaties. And within the UN, you have competences also. So the other ones, they're in a different place. But these are important for nature protection. These are the heritage conventions of the UNESCO. You might be more familiar with that. Of course, our beloved Valletta Treaty is among these treaties, and we cherish the Faro Treaty and the Landscape Convention. These we know best. We know best. They're closest to us. Oh no, I was wrong. Where am I? Okay, these were the Heritage Conventions of UNESCO. Yeah, I was ahead of time. These were the Convention of the Council of Europe. These we know best, but you don't know the one in green probably. They had one on nature as well, on nature protection. And I thought, well, I knew about this convention and I've been reading it for once, and I thought, well, I had to do something in preparation of this talk as well with this convention, but I finally did not do it, and then it cannot be that important. But yesterday I looked up and said, well, the 50 countries ratified also this convention, and in April they have a General Assembly. My God, what is all happening in international sphere, on people gathering on these issues? We cannot cope with it, not even I, and I'm in the business for decennia. Okay, then the EU regulation. Yeah, the PowerPoint program all of a sudden did this to me, so I thought, well, I might accept it. I'm coming to that in a little bit more, but now let me say one thing. This big no, I'm going to do that later. These are the EU regulations. No, I'm just picking out a couple of topics. I cannot do them all. I mean, that would be too much. But surely I have to mention this one, the World Heritage Convention 1972, because this is, I think, the only convention which has both in its it wants to protect the outstanding universal values culturally and nature. So, and well, lots of countries ratified this convention, and everybody's busy with nominations. But I don't know if it's so strong when it comes to uniting these two issues. At least we only, from this list, we only have 39 mixed sites, and that's a good thing, I think. But then you have to really have an integrated management program. You have to integrate everything. But there are not that many mixed sites. The middle one is one that's St Kilda in Scotland. I could have showed Ibiza as well. The upper one is Boutrint. Again, Boutrint. That's a good example these 2 days. And that's a cultural site, but as we learned yesterday, and that's why it's a good example, there's no... A World Heritage Cultural Site is not preventing us from doing the right thing, from coming up with the integrated management plan. I mean, just do it. Of course, I think there's an obligation as well for Boutrint, because it probably will be a wetland site, and it has some. And I know from ILA that it is a national park. But still, if you come up with a cultural site, why not come up with the integral management plan? Now, St Kilda must have an integral management plan, and the lower one is a natural site. That's the Waddenzee, transboundary between the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. And at this one, from a personal experience, I know, well, when I look at the Voditsa, I see a cultural landscape. It's been forged by, it's been man-made in a way. And you can talk about it in a very cultural way. But being this a World Heritage Site for nature actually is preventing us to look at it that way. And that's really annoying and bothering me at this moment. If it would have been easy if it would not have been a natural site by World Heritage. I hope. Another one, going back in time. Yeah, with EAC we have been dealing with this subject already. Actually, the very first gathering of EAC, Adrian was mentioning it yesterday, was about the Wetlands Convention, the Ramsar Convention. And Mr. Adrian Olivier wrote a strategy for the heritage management of wetlands. And actually, as he said yesterday, it worked. And I've been reading the Wetlands Convention again. It's a very simple, it's only 12 articles, very simple, and it's all about nature. But these words are nothing until people are going to do something with these words. And actually, that is what happened. This is UNESCO-based. That is important. You know, you can go to Paris and talk to people who are dealing with this convention. And if you do so, you can ask them, well, you have guidelines for your management plan. It says in the convention, come up with the management. You have guidelines. Can you put in something for heritage protection? And actually, that's what he did. So it can be as simple as that. It can be as simple as that. And the other one, of course, that is what we did last year on climate change, which connects us also with the treaty. But still, that Wetlands Convention is, read again the strategic plan of Mr. Adrian Olivier. It's still valid. Yeah. This one I only want to mention because it's 2/3 of our globe is filled with oceans, and there are no nations. I mean, we were stuck in a world order, a nation-built system, and but our borders stop 12 miles out of the coast. And what happens after that? There's a lot of nature and there's a lot of heritage out there. You have to deal with it. And UNCLOS, the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention, has provisions in it for heritage and has provisions in it for nature protection, but they both don't work. I cannot put it more bluntly than that. So after all, UNESCO came up with another convention on top of it, and that, I hope we'll get that to work, but it's hard work. Let me put it like that, and it needs some work. But well, these are relevant for us also, and I want to mention them. Now I turn to the European Union, and now you have to pay attention for some legal bit. Normally, I don't do it like that, but I know that among heritage managers, often there is an expectation on what the European Union can do. And of course, Article 3.3 of the European Union is a very nice article, and you have to use that article, and every time you can use it. You can use it, but there is something else. Within the competence, actually the European Union does not have competence on the protection of heritage. It's in the Lisbon Treaty. And so if you expect the European Union to come up with the directive for the protection of heritage, no way. That's not going to happen. And that's, well, if you... This is it legally. And RED, it is said, it has no competence. And that is the big difference with the nature protection. And that is the story is, the first directive on nature protection was the Bird Directive in 1979. And there was political will at that time to come up with a directive for bird protection. But at that time, it was the European Economic Community, did not have competence to come up with nature protection. It now has, but at that time not. But there was political will. And of course, there was competence of the European Union to regulate trade. So they used there was trade in wildlife and birds. There was trade in birds, and they used that to come up with the Birds Directive. And it was only in 2009 that they actually repaired it, and now they have the right legal base. But it meant that at that time, in the European Union, there was a political will to come up, and then they find a legal way to do it. But the Birds Directive, from that point of view, was very important. And from that time on, the EU took up nature protection as a subject for the EU. And we are confronted with it right now, and I think that's a good thing. So what can the European Union do? Well, they came up with a thing like this, an European heritage label. Well, that actually, I hope I'm not offending anybody, but well, that's just, I saw it on the Hofburg when I walked in. Oh, another list, another label. The French and the Spanish like that, and then, well, we have some labels as well, but it's just a nice thing. It's a nice thing. But much more important, what can the European Union? There's so much more what the European Union can do. They come up with the Green Deal, and that's Mr. Biden came up with the Green Deal as well, but that was only a 4-page thing. And the European Union has an administration. They came up with a very comprehensive plan which shows ambition and money, and this is going to reach us. So 3 billion trees, to mention something, and a lot more. So that's going to affect us. But now, I mentioned the Habitat Directive, and when within the EU, which has certain advantages, then you don't have to bother about these other conventions. The Bern, Bonn, and the Ramsar conventions, when you deal with the Habitat Directive, then these will be incorporated, and you'll do a good job. And Natura 2000 came from it. 15,000 areas are under Natura 2000. There's a monitoring program connected to there. There's a lot of money spent on it. This booming business. It's booming business. That really counts. We have cost the cap. We've been talking about that. And within the cap, for a long time, nature protection has been part of the cap. Actually, the cap is income for farmers. And what do we get on return? Well, biodiversity, nature protection, and a little bit of heritage management. And I hope, and even the new proposal for the new cap, well, this is the sentence which is in it: maintain rural areas and landscape across the EU. That's what we have to use now when we go on with the cap. But as I learned from Thomas Becker, the Water Frame Convention of the Water Frame Directive is important to us. The nitrate is important to us. I didn't know about the EU Code on Data Sharing, but apparently that's what the EU does also. The EU has an infrastructure. They have an environmental agency in Copenhagen who's doing the monitoring, who's doing the scientific bit. So around this is a big infrastructure which you can use, and that is what nature and environment does have within the EU, and which might be interesting for us as well. Okay, and of course there's money to get within the EU. The Horizon program I was just talking with John about that. The other important for the EU is, and I go back to the founding of the EU, it's a supranational organization. So when we agree on a heritage treaty, like the Valletta Treaty, well, what happens afterwards is, well, you go at home and you try to implement it, and actually nobody is bothering with it. But the EU is a different thing. That works directly into your government. That is binding. That's binding. And if you don't live up to the directives of the EU, you will notice. You will notice. They find out your own citizens are going to complain. You can go to the court in Luxembourg, and it works directly. So it's much stronger. So when somebody, it was Thomas Becker also who said, well, when nature and heritage do like that, then nature prevails. Well, it often is like that, and that is because of this. We have to accept that, I guess. But still, you cannot underestimate the EU, although it does not have competence, and that is the funny thing about it. Okay, I'm running out of time, I think. So I'll just do some recommendations now. Otherwise, oh no, I had my last moment in time. Oh yeah, sure. I have to keep to my structure, and that was the 18th of December, 2015. The picture you see is from the Senate, the first chamber of Parliament of the Netherlands, and at that moment, and I was sitting right there at the balcony over there, and I've been working in a project group on a new heritage law, and at that moment, first it was through second chamber, it came to first chamber, and it became a law. So we were all cheering, of course. We have got a new heritage law. And then something really strange happened. I walked back to the room where the civil servants used to sit, supporting the minister. And there were other civil servants. And there were civil servants from the Ministry of Agriculture and Nature. And these were I saw a couple of my former colleagues. And actually, they were next. And what was on the agenda was the new act for the protection of nature. And then I realized, my God, these two legislative processes have been going parallel all the way until this point. And actually, often it's physically about the same thing. And we've been walking alongside, and we had this whole process, and even me, who had roots and still feel ashamed. It's a confession I make right now. That was, and I felt really, I thought, this is not how it should have gone, these processes. So there was a cloud to this day as well, although we had a nice Heritage Act, and I felt very much uncomfortable. Okay, and then I come to my recommendations. Follow the management plans. That is, there's on all kinds of areas, management plans are required. Well, when you detect there's a management plan going on, go there and try to get the heritage in. Don't bother about the legislation, which is behind it. You just can do it. You can do it. No, don't ask, am I obliged? No, just it would be nice if we could cooperate, and then go for it. Go for the management plan. They being made. Mostly there's money to make them. There's mostly money to carry them out. So that is I think, a good recommendation. Follow the money. It's a lot of money being spent in nature preservation and nature development and nature. So a lot more money than we have most of the time. So that is interesting as well. And of course the EU has a lot of money to spend. Follow the networks. And this is where I'm a bit hesitant. Follow the international networks. Okay, but our home base is always the Council of Europe, has been the Council of Europe. But is that the right place to be? I'm really hesitant on that. I have to look into the Bern Convention yet, but I think it might be more profitable to seek for the European Union and see what if we can more connect with that. There's only so much effort you can spend, and do we have to spend it on the Council of Europe? I'm really hesitant on that one. And other networks which are, of course, very interesting for us is the NGOs, the IUCN and ICOMOS, which are non-governmental organizations which have formal positions connected to the Wetlands Treaty, to the World Heritage Treaty, which can be influential organizations as well. And of course, that was the last one, know how it works at home. And apparently I didn't, and I feel ashamed for that. We had some good examples on how important it is to, when you work nationally, to make the crossovers and really do so. And I think it's, at the end it's a good thing, Thor, that you. We are not gone that far yet. And my last recommendation, it was not a recommendation, but never forget international cooperation regarding soft values as nature and heritage is rooted in a deep post-war wish for peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leonard. Just 1 second, stay there. I have the feeling that this will just go naturally into the end discussion, won't it? So I was wondering if anybody has a specific question for Leonard, and otherwise I would just let Barney take the microphone and do this natural flow. So is there anybody who would like to pose a specific question for Leonard? No? Okay, we're all so much impressed by what we can do now. Okay, is it a good idea, Barney? I'll just give the floor to you and you. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure.
So follow the money, follow Leonard. I'm not quite sure whether I'm capable of doing that one, but I'll give it a go. I'm just going to wind back a bit to the second session this morning and go through a couple of the things that came up from that, and then look at the third session and a couple of the things that came up from that to try to pull the two sessions together. And then hopefully we should end on a note that is convergent with Leonard's recommendations to act. We've had some really quite startling and interesting presentations that have got me thinking. In all of them, we've arrived at issues that relate to policy and approaches to management, which is what this EAC is all about. So for me personally, it's been a real triumph of a symposium. I hope you share that view. In session 2, there were just 4 points that came out to me that I wanted to crystallise out. The first one is the understanding of our archaeological biology, if you like, the material that we win from archaeological activity. It obviously has evident value in reconstructing landscapes and telling us about how people exploited the landscapes in the past. That's a given. But what came out today, I thought, was really interesting about the impact in using heritage science outside the archaeological sphere. And the point about the sturgeon and the introduction of species, the point about the bitterling and a protected species that's actually introduced. And those sorts of things are areas for discussion which cut right to the heart of what Leonard's just mentioned about the Habitat Directive and thinking about where culture and archaeology intersects with those broader and much more current, if you like, they're more current issues. And it gives archaeology a place at the table. How can site managers cooperate to ensure consistency? So we talked, and we'll come on to that in session 3 as well. The data, the approaches, we've been given a glimpse today of what is possible in landscape reconstruction using archaeology, which will help in terms of landscape management and the futures of landscape. What, as heritage managers, should we be doing to try to promote that possibility within the realms of the funding and resources that we've got? Can we work together around that? Is it valuable, given that, as Leonard said, we have to deal with heritage within our own states. We're not allowed to go to the EU for it. But actually, if we converge in terms of the processes, we might be able to build an approach which is parallel to that and as effective. And something that came out, the last thing that I wanted to raise was the role of citizen science, which came up in the second session. We know that we want to include more people in archaeology, and we know now that archaeology can include itself into wider policies. So how do we engage the people, ordinary people, to get involved in that kind of approach? So that's what I got out of session 2. And then session 3 started off with a tour de force on data convergency and the ability to bring a wide range of data from the agricultural practices and the policies that are driving the collection of data. Looking back, it's almost the opposite of using the archaeozoology to get into the agricultural and the landscape management. This is taking the landscape management and bringing it back into archaeology. And that seems to me to be really powerful. And what is happening with machine learning and new technologies is actually, it's really vibrant and really exciting, and we need to be around it and on top of it and understand what the potential is for this. That's a form of collaboration, and my second point on collaboration came from the German example from, I think it was from Christine, the idea of getting in early into the way that projects work. And it is that freedom to just invite yourself and say, is it possible to be part of this? Because it looks to me as if this could be a really good joint approach. In terms of, we heard a lot about government and administrative structures and what is possible and what is not possible, and the pros and cons around that. I was struck by the pros as much as I was struck by the cons, and it seemed to me that the answer to the cons was always talk, talk, talk. Get into the room, have a conversation, because this isn't rocket science, it's sense, it's common sense. Interdisciplinarity has come up a number of times, and that seems to be critical, because actually, in a way, that might sidestep the need to think about huge administrative structures, and will it take 10 years to join the cultural agency with the natural heritage agency? If you know where those skills lie and they are talking to one another, it doesn't really matter. And I think Adrian made the point about that. Nomenclature and roles and responsibilities, maybe not an easy bedfellow, but the World Heritage Site example that Leonard just gave us in terms of the mixed versus the cultural. It's just cultural. It's not about natural. That's quite complicated. That's a tension. Once you give something a label, it tends to grow a life of its own around that label. And dual protections seem to be a problem for quite a number of people. You know, are we wasting money and effort to try to look after things in two different ways, and sometimes with two different people on the same site, as we heard? So that roles and responsibilities goes with the interdisciplinarity, I think. And you could think through, what is my role here? How do I add value? How do I ensure that that person over there whose responsibilities stop there, they add value, and between us you get synergy, rather than trying to compete and go, no, it's actually my job to do all of that. That might be quite helpful too. And the divergent needs, another tension that we picked up was the divergent needs of the landscapes. So no drones here because there are birds nesting. Okay, we might be able to get around some of those. I thought that it was interesting about the rewilding of the rivers as well, a really good example. Never mind about the heritage, I want to rewild this river because it's a bit straight over there. And I want it a bit more wiggly, please. Those kinds of things do crop up with tensions and create tensions, and we probably need to have a think about how we manage those. And I think it comes back to communication and sharing a vision. And we've seen at least 3 examples in this symposium of how those shared visions can create benefit. And that brings me on to my final point, which is Leonard's final point, I think, and that's the freedom to act. We don't need lots and lots of structures. We have the possibility to get involved and become part of that broader conversation. And to round off, and I will open this up to discussion, I think I would prefer it that we weren't seen as the heritage puppy, Michael, but the mouse that roars, maybe. So, on that note, and with those points, just perhaps to hopefully to have refreshed your memory about all of the stuff that we've heard today, are there any points and anything that people want to raise about what they've heard? Any questions that you didn't get a chance to ask the speakers, or any points about what you think EAC ought to be doing in the future for considering how we get closer to a closer relationship between culture and natural heritage? Michael.
Thanks, Barney. I always leave EAC with such hope at the end of the day, and hopelessly naive and optimistic. But I mean that genuinely, in listening and the conversations that happen, both in the room and outside. And it strikes me that, again, I repeat a point I possibly said earlier, that we need to find a way to make sure that we should not be discussing our archaeological heritage without someone from that natural heritage side being in the room. I like Leonard's point about the management plans, and it's interesting, the SEA directive obviously comes in here, where we were developing a management plan for one of our 2 World Heritage properties in the last few years, and we were forced to the puffin table in the protection of puffins through the SEA directive, which then obliges, and then it's irrespective of why Skellig Michael has outstanding universal value, you're forced to embed equally the protection of the natural heritage with the protection of the archaeological heritage. So I agree very much with Leonard that you know, Losh more. On one level, it doesn't matter. Create the management plans, but I'm inspired to go home and try and make sure that we have someone with natural heritage expertise either retained or seconded in, but that we should not be having any substantive discussions on our archaeological heritage management without someone from the natural heritage side being in the room.
Thank you. Just maybe to ask the room, really, do people sense a real barrier to having, to taking that view? And are there people at home in your agencies and your structures and organisations where you think, actually, maybe I should just ring them up or ring that office up? Or are you left with a sense of, God, I've got no idea who to talk to? How does it feel? I mean, I think we know, in Historic England, we know who to talk to, and I think, and we can. And I'd just be interested to see whether there's a sort of a common sense of optimism or whether actually this is going to be much more difficult. Adrian. Hang on, you've got to wait. The online guests won't be able to hear you.
I'm going to be slightly worried because, in one sense, I think we've done a fantastic job, and every presentation we've heard in these 2 days has shown that actually we're actually pretty good at incorporating strong culture and heritage values into nature environmental projects. You know, we've done a really good job at that. You know, protecting our bit. Protecting our monuments or our bit of landscape within these bigger programs, I think we've done exceptionally well to be honest. I mean, obviously there are some places where it hasn't worked that we know about, but it's really good. I think what worries me is that we haven't gone very far down the line of showing the natural environment sector what our interests, culture and heritage, contribute to them achieving their objectives. And I think we have quite a long way to go on that journey. And Leonard was kind enough to talk about the Ramsar stuff that we did in the past. And that was quite successful, and it had an impact. And I spent a lot of time talking to the secretary of the Ramsar Convention, who's quite a powerfully important person, and he wanted to listen to what we had to say about heritage. That wasn't because he was interested in heritage, although he was quite, because when you get down to it, everyone is interested in heritage. But that wasn't the reason. The reason is because the Ramsar Convention, and I'll just read it here, is an intergovernmental treaty that provides the framework for national action and international cooperation for the conservation and wise use of wetlands and their resources. Mm. Now, when they started the convention, actually it was about birds. Yeah. It was about bird nesting sites and landing sites in wetlands. But they realized that they couldn't manage wetlands without the people who lived in the wetlands. And the bit of the jigsaw that we gave them was that the people who lived in the wetlands cared about their culture and their heritage. And that's why Ramsar adopted in their management planning process respect for heritage and culture. It was because we gave them something that furthered their purpose. And I think we still have, as a sector, a bit of a way to go to feed into what we do to support that sector, rather than just asking them to look after our stuff really well. I don't know if that makes sense.
I look around the room and I see a lot of people nodding, so I think yes. He needs to hand over the microphone to somebody. It's a really good point, and I got the sense actually with a couple of the proposals today. Again, let's go back to the Belgian one on fish. That's a really good case study for saying actually this stuff is worth it, and we've already got the data. You just need to be able to plug it into what you're thinking about, and those kinds of things. That kind of thinking will open doors, I think. So, yeah, Adrian wants to come back again.
I will shut up. But what I've spent quite a lot of time listening to and talking about with our nature colleagues recently is about reintroduction of species. You know, in the UK, especially beavers, but also, you know, other predatory animals. Now, as culture and heritage people, we have quite a lot to offer to that debate, because it's a really strong and sometimes quite antagonistic debate. And we're on the same side as the nature sector. They want beavers for all the reasons in terms of landscape renewal and river catchment renewal. We're all on the same side. The people who don't want them are the farmers. And there's a lot I think we have to, as a sector, to contribute to ongoing debates about nature by bringing in our time-depth historical perspectives. I will shut up now.
Thank you, Adrian. Any other voices that we haven't heard from at all in the room? Anybody who's sitting quietly and
yes.
Andreas, thank you.
Back to the nitty-gritty a bit. I think somewhere along the line today we heard about possible antagonism between state or national legislation and local government. I just want to point out that is an issue in Austria, since nature protection is a state legislation thing, and heritage management, the Heritage Protection Act, is a federal law. So just as we've heard, the introduction of GIS data into the spatial planning, which is a state thing, was a process that took us now 10 years or so just to get that cooperation done. I'm speaking for myself, in the local offices, it's easier to talk to the state nature conservators, maybe. But on the national level, I really wouldn't quite know who to talk to between the ministries as well, and the federal and state levels. I don't know if there are any other experiences in other countries.
Thank you. I mean, that's interesting, and maybe that is a starting point. Maybe just a little bit of desk research in each state. Who are the actors? Where are they? And have we ever knocked on their door and gone, have a look at this? So maybe that's an easy win, because that's actually, you know, part and parcel of what many of us do anyway, is talking to other people within our structures or adjacent to them.
Barney, we've got a question from the...
I wonder about the opportunities challenges presented by the 2015 EIA directive. Who would like to answer that? Opportunities and challenges on the 2015 EIA directive. Well, Ronan, if you can hear, Ronan, if you can hear me, that's your job. You have to come next year to Bonn and tell us. Okay, I'm being flippant. Leonard is going to make a stab at it.
Yes, I had problems with EIA, but it's environmental impact assessment.
Yeah, sorry.
And again, I'm hesitant on that one. I know I skipped that one in my presentation. I was hesitant about that because, in theory, that's the environmental impact assessment. Environment means is including heritage as well. I mean, when you read the definitions, old in the old one and the new one as well, it is so. Whenever you got a big thing going on which needs an impact assessment, then you have to look at the heritage as well. But after all these years, you do the desk research and there comes information in the process, but what does that information actually do? And I've seen too little of that, and that's why I'm more. I know that we have been active in this as well. I know that what was the guy from Kent, this county archaeology? Yes, he chaired and he took archaeologists and we came up with a guideline on that. But actually, what did that guideline do? I never seen it, so I wouldn't know if that is better now. So that's all I have to say about this at the moment. But it needs an effort to do the analyze, and again, maybe there's a chance to make it work better than before. That could be. Okay, thank you. Rachel, I don't want to put you on the spot, but did you consider the EIA stuff when you were looking at the sort of range of policies that might be triggers for data for your project at all, or is it not something you've thought about?
It's not something we've thought about, primarily because our focus has been areas that are remaining in agricultural lands and not areas that are slated for development in the way that, at least in my understanding, the EIA is mainly dealing with. So we're not really looking at places where you'd be doing that impact assessment. I think that it's something we could look at in the future, thinking about, for example, farmland that is increasingly being converted into solar panel farming, where I think you're more likely to have that kind of trigger, but I think it doesn't quite fit with the current model we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. John O'Keefe at the back.
I suppose with the EIA regulations and the directive, and with the strategic environmental assessment regulations or directive as well, there are quite a lot of opportunities contained in there. Yeah. But I know from both practitioner, regulator kind of point of view, there's big problems with the data in and data out and demonstrating impact. And the strategic environmental assessment directive would be one in particular, which is you're supposed to demonstrate your positive or neutral or negative or whatever the impacts are that come through. but it's a really, really clunky process that goes with them. And I think that there is a big challenge there. The process ends up dominating the thing rather than the outcome that it was intended to achieve.
Thanks.
But where the data sets are available and where they can be shared, I think that's where they really shine out in a really big way with the spatial planning and the spatial development. So again, a place where there could be good things done.
Yeah. Okay. David, and then Erich.
Thank you. Just short comment from the experience how the EIS is perceived. In Czechia, actually, it's only a matter of Ministry of Natural Environment, and actually there is anything to do with culture when the EIA is considered. And in practice, I would see it as a good opportunity, but it's even by the developers, it's perceived as a accepted evil to do this, and even by the politicians. And I would be very, very surprised if anyone would be even thinking about considerations that it should be broadened to culture as well.
Okay. Erich, was yours on the EIA as well?
No.
Okay, that's good, because I think, no, that's good. We'll move off that subject. Hopefully, Ronan, you've got some answers from the floor here. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to come back to the point Andreas raised, and also Leonard said something about feeling ashamed of not knowing who's the one to talk to. Yes, I have to admit, we heard projects that worked very fine, but it's, I think, a problem maybe for others in the room. We are that much stuck in getting measures in projects done that we don't think at the higher level. Mm-hmm. Of course, we live, as Adrian said, we have valuable data to deliver, but we have on a very much more general level the same goal. We want to protect something, and that's, I think, the point where we have to go to the policymakers or whatever, which is far more general. It's not about, of course, it's nice to say this fish is the right one, but it's, I think we can do it much more simple to bring this common goal to the people from nature conservation or whatever.
Okay, thank you. So you're hopeful, positive that actually I think what you're saying is that we shouldn't over-engineer this and make it too complicated. We should just talk and open doors. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Anu.
Actually, I just wanted to comment on that for us as well, all the communication we're doing, yes, we do have some contracts between different state agencies as well as different companies, but the thing that works the best is just direct communication with other people who make the policies. We have seen that every single time we have a common thing with the police, and every single time someone changes there, then we have loads and loads of work to talk about our values and everything to the new contact person. But luckily for the people who are working in the environmental board, they work there for quite a long time, so that is good for us, because we see that the people who have been working there for 10 plus years, they already know what we want from them, and there is no problem for us and them just to call each other, because at first it was probably a bit scary to call someone you have no idea what they're thinking about, and now we know that our goals are quite similar, and we can just we don't have to do anything sort of official. We can just have a chat and see what we're deciding upon. Maybe we're doing a project together, maybe we just have to change one sentence somewhere. So personal contact is, I think, the key here.
Yeah, personal contact and set aside your fear of the unknown, maybe. They're probably looking at, the environmentalists are probably looking at the heritage people going, that's slightly strange, I don't want to talk to them. And then you discover you've got huge common ground. Are there any other points? Yes, please.
Thank you for a very nice couple of days, actually. I've been thinking this about from a Swedish perspective lately, and in 1988 and 1990, I think it was 1989, Parliament in Sweden passed a bill widening the scope of the Swedish National Heritage Board from cultural memory to the cultural environment. We were given responsibility for the cultural environment, and since that day, the National Heritage Board has defined that as everything affected by man. So with that attitude, we've been quite successful collaborating with other government agencies about, especially on the nature side, because they obviously understand that there isn't any nature, it's all culture, basically. And from that basis, I think we've been quite successful, actually, the past 20, 30 years.
Okay. Thank you for that insight. It sounds like there's quite a lot of that going on in slightly different models all over the place. It does feel like a positive convergence, so maybe the time is becoming easier to have those conversations, perhaps. Anything anybody else wants to raise? Katalin.
I'd like to ask Leonard, was it in your mind to talk about the United Nations Sustainable Goals? Because it is something that can be connected to our theme, but thinking in a very big picture, not only on cultural heritage management and nature heritage management, but bringing something further.
Well, as you noticed, I've been struggling with my thought and to keep it a little bit practical also. So what I thought is, well, the organizations who deal with it, which are relatively close to us, are European Union, Council of Europe, UNESCO. When you go into the UN organization, you find UNEP, which is dealing with climate change, which has this bureau in Nairobi, and is a totally different network. So that takes such a big effort from us to make that step. So I decided to leave it out of my talk, but of course it's relevant. When you think of it intellectual, but it's a big step to make it practical. So that was why I just left it there. Yeah.
Okay, one last ask for any questions. Anything online, gentlemen? No, thank you. Okay, well in that case, I think it might be time to gently wrap up this symposium, and it's my very great pleasure to just remember and thank some of the people who've made this possible. Christoph, the president, and Katrin, the general director of the museum, together have been able to sponsor and host us, and helping them, Bernhard Hebert, who sadly couldn't be here at all, along with Karina, who sadly couldn't be here at all, Mathias, Andreas, and René, of course. Thank you so much for all of the work that you've done. I know it's been a real slog sometimes, but it's been an absolutely outstanding success. So before I finish thanking, could we just thank them, please? It has been fun, it really has. I'd like also to mention Jenny Butterworth, who from the UK shores has been working with Andreas and René tirelessly over the last few months. Jenny, thank you so much. To all of our speakers for some really, really good and critically to time presentations. It is such a pleasure to have a chance to discuss the presentations and not run over and feel rushed. It's felt a beautiful pace, and that's a credit to you all as well as to the organisers. So thank you all. And last but certainly not least, there are some people who by their very presence, are absent. It's the three gentlemen at the back and the security staff. Thank you so much for your support. I don't know when the YouTube sessions will be available or how they'll be available, Jenny. Is it possible to say anything about that? Okay, so keep an eye out because you'll be able to revisit any of the choice bits of the presentations at some point in the not too distant future. Oh, okay. It's already online. So there you go. There you go. It's real time delivery. So if you've forgotten anything that somebody said and you want to go back, there it is. So that's great. And my final thing is I hope that I will see you all in Bonn in 2023 when the subject is on contemporary archaeology. I now close this symposium. Thank you very much.
Barney, can we just, before everyone moves, Renee probably just wants to talk about the rest of the programme.
Of course.
So tomorrow, I hope